Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Strategic Planning Committee. Date is Tuesday, 30th of June. Time is 1300 hours. We move on to item 1. Apologies for absence and notification of substitute members. Can I ask Democratic Services Officer whether any apologies for absence have been received?
Through Chair, none have been received to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members of the committee have any declarations of interest in any of the items under consideration at this meeting? Okay. Item 3, Chair's announcements. Members of the public are permitted to film, broadcast and report on the meeting, subject to the efficient running of the meeting not being affected. Only those people who have registered in line with the committee's speaking procedure may address the committee. Members of the public are requested not to call out during the committee's discussions on any item. Anybody who repeatedly disrupts the meeting may be asked to leave. All speakers have 5 minutes in which to make their statement and are asked to remain seated after they have addressed the committee to answer any questions the committee may have. This meeting is being webcast on the Council's corporate YouTube channel. Therefore, when speaking, please speak clearly and concisely into your microphone at all times. There are no planned fire drills, so if the alarm does sound, evacuation instructions will be given by Democratic Services. Please ensure that any devices are switched off or on silent modes. And now, for the benefit of the public watching remotely, I will now introduce everyone, starting with my furthest right, please.
Erin Crook, Democratic Services Officer.
Diana Davis, Democratic Services Officer.
Good afternoon, I'm Jaspreet Lyle, the committee's legal advisor today.
Councillor Scott Packer, Chair.
Simon Ellis, Head of Development Management.
Nikki Scaife, Major Projects Team Leader.
Rob Burton, Case Officer and Major Projects Officer.
Hayley Usher, Highways DM Engineer.
Steve Bibb from Pearl Frischman, providing Highways DM support.
Paul Evans, Principal Officer of Natural Environment.
Mohammed Admani, Flood and Water Manager.
Bailey Taberham, Senior Flood Risk Officer.
Councillor Sally Keeble, Darlington Spencer Ward.
Councillor Jonathan Harris, Brixworth Ward.
Councillor Bob Purser, Abington and Phipps.
Councillor David Smith, Rural South.
Councillor Charles Manners, Rural South.
Councillor Phil Bignell, Campion.
Councillor Ron Furman, Hunsbury Ward.
Councillor Trevor Hughes, Nen Valley Ward.
Councillor David Gaskell, Kingsthorpe South.
Councillor Richard Pipes, Daventry North West.
Councillor Anthony Locke, Daventry South and Deputy Chairman.
Thank you, everybody. Agenda item number 4, WNS/2022/1741/EIA. Before I hand over to Case Officer Rob Burton, I'll ask Nikki Scaife to give us a couple of updates on this case. Thank you.
So with reference to the updates that have been issued today, first one is in relation to Furtho Pit local wildlife site status. The officer report refers to the areas of open mosaic habitat on previously developed land within the western parcel of the site. Members are advised that this area of open mosaic habitat forms part of a larger area of approximately 10 hectares within the western part of the application site that has been formally designated as Furtho Pit local wildlife site, following consideration by the local wildlife selection panel in February 2026. This area was previously identified as a potential local wildlife site, with the extent of the designation reflecting the same site boundary. A local wildlife site is a non-statutory designation, and whilst not protected by law, is a material consideration in the determination of the application. The officer report sets out the relevant ecology policies for consideration. In terms of updates, that the site is allocated for the provision of 16 hectares of mixed employment generating development. And the Employment Site Allocations Development Brief, SPD, identifies this the western parcel of the site as the predominant area for development within the overall site allocation. The extent of the local wildlife site at 10 hectares would result in a significant reduction in the extent of that developable area of this allocated site and the delivery of employment provision. In addition, this area of the site is acknowledged, the western part of the site is acknowledged to be more urban in character, in officers' opinion, than other areas of the site due to its proximity to the strategic road network and associated infrastructure. The western parcel, other than the areas of made-up ground, is predominantly the most level of the overall allocated site. And other than the northern tip of this parcel situated outside of the existing flood, that part of the site is situated outside of the existing flood zone. In terms of further public representations, 19 further representations have been received, including from members of the public and from Wolverton and Greenleys Town Council. The matters have been reviewed and do not introduce any new material planning considerations beyond those already assessed within the officer's report. The representations predominantly reiterate previously submitted concerns relating to highway ecology, heritage, noise, air quality, flood risk and drainage, conflict with policy and visual impact matters, and are not considered to alter the overall conclusions or recommendations set out in the officer report. Reference has been made to the application proposal being approximately 18 hectares developed area and an apparent exceedance of the policy AL5 allocation, which identifies the site allocation to provide for 16 hectares of mixed employment. Officers acknowledge that point. However, the wider allocation subject to policy AL5 covers a significantly larger area than the stated 16 hectares, with the overall size of the application site consistent with the allocation. Whilst the parcel subject to the proposed employment development located to the west and north of the disused canal exceeds 16 hectares overall, when accounting for landscaping and existing highway infrastructure, the actual land proposed for employment generating development is approximately 15 hectares. Further comments have been received on behalf of Further Development Opposition Group. In summary, I won't go into all those because they're quite detailed, but in summary, they raise concerns about the weight given to and consideration given to heritage impacts. The officer's justification for departures from the development plan, failure to identify material change in circumstances arising from the designation of the wildlife site, the treatment of mitigation compensation measures and the weight given to those in terms of the country park and ecology enhancements, transport harms and flood risk. Heritage matters are covered in the officer report and the concerns of Historic England are noted, and the council's own heritage officer and archaeologist raised no objection to the impact on heritage assets, including to scheduled ancient monuments. Officers are of the opinion that the harm in terms of that there's an acknowledged harm which is considered less than substantial to heritage assets. Officers are of the opinion that that harm should be given moderate weight. Further comments have been received from the Canal and River Trust. The Trust are now satisfied that the canal embankment will not be considered as part of the applicant's proposed reservoir and that the Trust would not be subject to regulatory burdens under the Reservoir Act as a result of the scheme. The Canal and River Trust will seek to secure an appropriate agreement or undertaking before commencement of the development. The Canal and River Trust remain concerned regarding the culvert and slope stability, and conditions are recommended to ensure those matters are resolved prior to commencement of the development. And there was also maintained an element of concern regarding upstream flooding, but acknowledged that the councillor of the view that residual flood risks would be limited to lower risk elements such as service yards and parking areas during extreme events. The further conditions recommended by the Canal and River Trust are added to the committee updates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah,
If you want to go back. To go back in the bottom left-hand side of the corner, the left bar is, oh, you found it?
yeah, it's fine. Thank you, Chair. So Further Pits, Old Stratford. So we've got the development description here, but in short, the application proposes 9 employment units within the use classes B2 and B8, together with a country park, ground reprofiling to create a flood storage area and a new vehicular access from the A508. So this is the site location plan. The application site is outlined in red here. The site totals approximately 40 hectares. So here we have it's an extract from the South Northamptonshire local plan outlining the extent of the land allocated for employment development under policy AL5. And that's just to give you a representation relative to the site plan, the extent of the allocation and the extent of this site. So this is a site context plan. So again, the site is approximately 40 hectares. It's mostly agricultural land situated within a valley landform centered around the Dog's Mouth Brook. The site includes the former Further Pit gravel works, which can be seen, which has since been restored to agricultural land. So 2 wildlife sites all within the site. This is Further Pit and Dog's Mouth Brook. These are highlighted in pink on your screen. Residential properties are located to the north of the site and to the south of the site within Old Stratford. Commercial uses are located to the north in the form of Brook Farm and to the south of Cosgrove Road. A number of public right-of-ways run through the site, which are highlighted in yellow on your screen. The Dog's Mouth Brook is highlighted in blue and it cuts through part of the site. So this is a wider heritage plan to give you a sense of where some of the further afield heritage assets are. You've got the Mott and Bailey Deserted Village in yellow, Cosgrove Conservation Area in green, the Grand Union Canal and Associated Conservation Area in the dashed blue line, the Roman Villa in pink, and the Iron Trunk Aqueduct in brown. So if I just run through some site photos now, sorry, just get rid of that. So this is a photograph taken from just after crossing the A5 footbridge. So you're looking north of the site there. This would be the country park area. And you've got some annotations there highlighting the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area, which is essentially that tree band on the left and further afield, you've got Stratford Road in the distance. So this is a photograph from the same point looking east. Again, this would be the Country Park area, and you've got the A5 on the right-hand side there. Photograph from the same point again, looking west. You can see the existing commercial unit. The A5's on the left there, and the Grand Union Canal, again, is by the band of trees there. So this is taken from within the western parcel, as you can see in the bottom right annotation. This is looking back at that same existing unit, which we saw in the previous photograph. And this would be the area of the proposed units 1, 2, and 3. So taken from a similar position, looking towards Old Stratford, which you can see there behind those trees. And to the far right-hand side of the image, you have the A508 roundabout. And there's another image there of that same roundabout. So this is the area of Unit 1, which is also the approximate area of the open mosaic habitat and associated local wildlife site. So this photo is taken from a similar position again, but looking north. You can see a residential property in the distance there, which is associated with Brook Farm, and the A508 running behind that band of trees. And again, this is part of the local wildlife site and areas of open mosaic. So this is a photograph from within the site, looking at the point of access, the proposed point of access, that is, with the A508 behind those trees there. And this just highlights the levels changes from within the site, comparable to the A508. Then this is a photograph from the A508 looking at that same point where the access will go. So this is a photograph of the northern part of the site. You can just about make out Dogsmouth Brook running in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. And this is approximately where Unit 5 will be positioned. So this is a Google screen grab from Stratford Road, just to give members an idea of the distance between the back of the site, which will be on the left-hand side, and the residential properties on Stratford Road there. So that distance is about approximately 15 meters, and they are the closest residential properties to the site. So this is a photograph of the northern part of the site. This is where units 5 to 9 will be positioned. You've got the Grand Union Canal just lower down there where those band of trees are, and you can just about make out the existing unit in the distance there. So this is a photograph of the Grand Union Canal. It is currently not used. It's a former canal, but it is a conservation area nonetheless. And this is a photograph to the east. So the part of the site there which has been used for crop growing is not actually part of the application site, but you can make out the Dogsmouth Brook with that band of trees there, and then the application site is the far side of that. And then this is another photograph within the sort of central part of the site, which will be where the proposed country park would be positioned. The existing unit is just about visible there in the distance, and the A5 footbridge is to the left-hand side. So if we move on to the master plan now, so this is a master plan for the site, which demonstrates how the site as a whole would be developed. So if we focus on the country park area initially, so this is the concept plan for the country park, which would show how it would be laid out. This would be positioned east of that Grand Union Canal. The country park would be landscaped throughout with native woodland, wetland zones, and wildflower meadows. Ground reprofiling would create high and low points throughout the site, and a dam across the Dogsmouth Brook to manage the site's flood risk. So this would result in a flood storage area positioned to the left-hand side of the country park there. So outside the flood storage area would be 2 attenuation ponds, which you can see on the plan there. They would deal with the surface water from the site. And there's a network of footpaths running through and around the site, which footpaths within the country park will connect to. So if we focus on the employment parcel, just move that out of the way. So the employment side of the site would consist of 9 units of varying sizes. Unit 1 being the largest down the bottom left-hand side of your image. Units 2, 3, and 4 would be larger, and then units 5 to 9 positioned on the northern part of the site would be the smaller of the units. A new vehicular access would be from the A508, which is to the top left of the site there. This would lead onto a spine road, providing access to the units. Cosgrove Road would be stopped up, and the existing unit just below Unit 4 would utilise the access from the A508. And this would in turn divert commercial vehicles away from Northampton Road and Stratford Road onto the A508. Landscaping would be provided intermittently throughout this area within the service yard areas and between units. The site buffers would also be enhanced. Notable distances include a 20-metre landscape buffer to the rear of units 5 to 8, to the north there, and an 8-metre buffer to the Grand Union Canal. So if we move on to the vehicular access arrangements, so a ghost island priority junction would be provided, and this allows for left and right hand turns out of the site. So these are levels plans associated with the access, and this is just to give you an indication of how the levels would be addressed in this part of the site. So the spine road would enter the site at a comparable level to the A508, and then it would slightly dip down as it moves east. The plan on the right-hand side indicates levels changes. So green is where levels will be built up, and red is where levels will be reduced. So this slide is the connectivity within the site. So you have 2 bus stops being provided within the site along the spine road. They are identified by the red dots. A number of foot and cycle paths will be provided throughout the site to connect to existing networks. And the development would include upgrading the existing footpath connection connecting to Old Stratford across the A5. So this would connect to the existing cycle network and provide a continuous cycle network into the site from Old Stratford. So if we move on to ecology, this slide demonstrates the location of the open mosaic habitat and the extent of the local wildlife site designation. So the local wildlife site designation being in pink and the open mosaic being in the blue circles. So as previously mentioned, the local wildlife site extends approximately 10 hectares. Not developing this part of the site would have a significant impact on the developable area of the allocation, reducing it from approximately 16 hectares to 6 hectares. As previously mentioned, this part of the site is also seen as the most urbanized by virtue of the A508. The application does seek to mitigate the loss of this habitat within the country park. And the mitigation will, so we'll have a mitigation strategy secured by condition, which will include details of translocation of species, implementation, and the management, which will enhance the overall success rate. So it's important to make clear that currently this habitat is not maintained, it's not managed, and without management, it can enter succession such that its value declines. So flood risk. So on the left-hand side, you have the Environment Agency's flood risk map identifying flood zone 2 and 3. These are associated with the Dogsmouth Brook. On the right-hand side, you have the applicant's modelling to model the extent of the 1 in 100 year plus climate change event in the extent that no mitigation is in place. So you can see the flooding would flood parts of the development on that plan. So mitigation, a number of options were considered, including ground reprofiling and increasing the size of the existing culvert under the canal, which currently acts as a bottleneck. So the final proposal involves replacing the existing culvert under the canal to increase flow and reduce upstream flood risk, as well as creating a flood storage area within the country park. So the volume of this flood storage area does fall within the definition of a reservoir. Surface water drainage would be directed to the 2 attenuation ponds. And it's important to highlight here that the Environment Agency do confirm that the development can be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere. So flood extent modelling here, you've got the same baseline image for the 1 in 100 on the left-hand side. And then with the mitigation in place, you have the flood extent demonstrated on the right-hand side with the extent in pink. So with the mitigation, some parts of the site would still flood within the 1 in 100. However, these will be primarily focused to car parking areas, landscaping, and the Dogsmouth Brook itself. A flood response plan has also been provided to manage that hazard in the event. So if we move on to the elevation plans, I haven't provided the elevations of every unit, but this is unit 1, the largest unit. It's not helpful. Move that out of the way for you. So that's unit 1. That's units 3, 6, and 8. And then we've got section plans. So this is unit 1 again, and it gives you the section relative to the A508 on the left-hand side and the A5 on the right-hand side, and an indication of ground levels there. And below that, you've got unit 4 relative to the existing unit on the right-hand side and the Spine Road and Stratford Road further on the left-hand side. So some more sections here, that's Unit 5, relative to Stratford Road and the dwellings along there with the former canal on the right-hand side. Then we've got Unit 6, similar section plan with the residential properties in Stratford Road on the left-hand side and the former canal on the right-hand side. And again, a similar section for Units 8 and 9. So another section plan here of Units 5, 6, 7 and 8. And this just gives you an indication of how the levels would be addressed in that northern part of the site, which slopes up towards Stratford Road. So if we move on to the visuals now, this is a visual of the access from the A508, and you can just about make out Unit 1 on the right-hand side. So this is a visual of Unit 7, 8 and 9 from the Spine Road, and Units 4 and 5. So conclusions. So the scheme will deliver significant benefits, including the delivery of a strategic employment allocation site, the delivery of high quality, modern, sustainable units to address market demand, the provision of jobs, which is approximately 330 during construction and approximately 910 post-construction. The delivery of significant infrastructure, including pedestrian and cycle connectivity, public transport improvements, employment and skills contributions, a country park, and biodiversity net gains. However, harms have been identified as per the report. These include less than substantial harm to the setting of the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area, the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, ecological impacts, including the loss of open mosaic habitat and the associated Furtho Pit local wildlife site, and moderate harm to visual amenity, reducing to minor in the long term, which is 10 years. So members should note that policies within the development plan must be read as a whole. A proposal may not fully comply with every individual policy, but this does not necessarily mean it conflicts with the development plan overall. The assessment is therefore one of planning judgment, requiring all relevant policies and material considerations to be weighed in the overall planning balance. Officers have undertaken that assessment and consider that on balance, the benefits of the proposal outweigh the identified harms. The recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission subject to conditions and Section 106 obligations as set out within the report. Thank you, Chair. If we move on to any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Questions from committee, please. Councillor Bignell.
Yes, through you, Chair, 3 quick questions. You described this as an urban development, yet through all your pictures and when I walked on the site over the bridge, all I saw was sprawling green fields, hedges, as far as the eye could see. None of your pictures indicate it was anything to do with urban. So how do you defend that?
I don't believe I classified it as an urban development. It is within the open countryside, and that's made quite clear within the report. What we said was parts of the site were urbanized by virtue of the A508, which are strategic, road networks, and they do form an element of urbanization.
But all that does is make it easier because it sets the bar lower if it's an urban type development as opposed to a rural development. So you're just making it easier for the applicant.
I'm not trying to make it easier for the applicant. I'm just assessing the site's context, and it is an allocation site, and those are part of the site's context. They immediately abut the site's boundary on 2 of its sides.
Okay, second question. The old Stratford Road, you've included within the red lines of the site, but it clearly isn't within the red lines of the site because it's owned by Highways. So why have you not drawn the red line down either side of that road?
Was that Old Stratford or Cosgrove Road?
Whatever that road that comes down, that's the dead end now.
That's Cosgrove Road.
The old version, it's actually part of Highways. So why have you included it within the red line?
Well, I personally didn't draw the red line. That's the application side.
The red line is wrong.
Yeah, if I can just answer that from a legal point of view, it's actually up to the applicant to define the red line. Ultimately, the ownership of land that falls within the red line is irrelevant in relation to inclusion within the red line. So that's more the case that the guidance in relation to making planning applications require an applicant to include all land necessary to make to actually undertake the development. So it was the applicant's choice ultimately to include that within the red line, but it's not wrong in any way having done so.
But the inclusion of such means you're going to stop it off and deprive people of being able to use that road. That has to be wrong because it's owned by us, the people. Why are you closing it off to our access? Or stopping it off, or whatever you call.
Well, that is part of the proposal, yes, because the Spine Road cuts across the site, and that highway is utilised by the existing unit, which I think your concerns relate to. But they will be able to utilise the new access from the A508.
But it won't be in their control because the new access will be part of the development, which is not in their control.
Apologies. When highways do a stopping up order, it's done under a 247 application, and it removes the public access rights over the land, but it doesn't automatically extinguish any private use. So if there's an existing unit there, then it doesn't extinguish their use. They then have a private right of access over easements with the adjoining landowners. So the landowners of Powder Pit will not be able to stop access to that unit, and they will come to an agreement, but that's out with Highways control once that's been stopped up.
But back to the question, why is it being stopped off? It's an existing road that's used. Why would you stop it off?
Well,
I don't see any justification for doing that.
I mean, the reason for stopping it off is because of the proposed layout and the location of the Spine Road, which cuts through that road.
Well, it's still our road. You're allowing the developer to dictate what we do.
I think, Chair, essentially, I mean, it's not uncommon for an applicant to put highway land within the red line. If they're proposing highway works on highway land, it's quite common to put it within the red line. If you are minded to grant planning permission, if this council grants planning permission for it, it would naturally follow that the highway authority and the developer would work together to ensure the development carries out. I've never come across a situation where planning permission has been refused on the basis that we own the highway and we're not going to allow it. That's not really a material consideration. The material considerations around the quality of the development and then whether or not the highway works are safe. So what I'm trying to say is it's a practical point that you raise, Councillor Bignell, but it's not, it wouldn't be an issue that would prevent you from granting planning permission. But if you were minded to refuse planning permission and planning permission would never to go ahead, then those works wouldn't happen anyway. So it automatically follow from whatever decision you make.
Okay, my third question is around you talked about the wildlife in the area down to the southwest. And you said about management of it. Well, the wildlife managed to establish itself there, got there. It doesn't need any management. It seems to be flourishing without any intervention with anybody and flourishing well. So to your statement that it's going to go away, I think it's a bit invidious, really. Thank you.
Well, I may delegate to Paul Evans, our ecologist.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the open mosaic habitat and also the Dog's Mouth Brook Local Wildlife Site, without management, they would succeed to woodland. That would be the ultimate succession of those habitats. So open mosaic habitat does require some level of disturbance, cutting, those kind of activities in order to maintain the habitat niches that the species that have been identified on site thrive on. And with the Dog's Mouth Brook, that's grassland wildlife sites that's been managed via grazing for a number of years. And again, that's been surveyed over a number of years, and it's been seen to be in decline due to scrubbing up and also the grass becoming more dominant and flowers becoming less dominant in the sward. So the habitats do require some level of management.
Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Just some advice on need. Is there a need for this development? Is need a material planning consideration? Is the first question I think to ask.
The simple answer is yes, it is. However, this is an allocated site for employment use, so there's no requirement to justify the need for the development. It's already factored into the employment allocation.
But I would reference kind of as an update to that. There's kind of reference to the HENA that's and forgive me, I think that the date of the HENA, the most recent HENA, the date of which is in the report, but that does recognise that there still very much is a need for employment sites and strategic employment sites. And this site was already included within that assessment as an allocated site. So including that allocation, there's still a recognised need for these employment sites.
Yeah, just to top this topic off. Ultimately, yes, need is a material consideration. It's one of the many material considerations. Ultimately, it's really a balancing exercise for members, in terms of the harms and benefits that your officers put in front of you. So it is one of them, but it's one of many.
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. Just a couple of points on the transport routes. I see that it links into Milton Keynes. So actually, the employment opportunities, they largely face towards Milton Keynes. Would that be right? I mean, just for context of this application.
Are you referring to the bus service? Yes. The applicant did consider a number of options relating to the bus service and where that would be best suited. The site is located on the edge of our area, next to Milton Keynes, and it is acknowledged that a number of employees would come from Milton Keynes. So the bus service, yes, it would run into Milton Keynes, but that is one option of transportation to the site. And of course, you have connections from bus services, which will then run back up into Towcester and around the villages.
I appreciate that. It's just that in terms of assessing the employment needs, the employment needs are more likely to be strategic ones relating to Milton Keynes and actually to West North Hants in a sense. And the second thing was just looking at the Milton Keynes, then their comments on this. I see that they refer to the need for integration of new green infrastructure, particularly in relation to the existing linear park. I wonder if you could just show, I didn't hear in your presentation exactly where the linear park is. I wonder if you could just point that out. It's a comments that have come in from Milton Keynes, which obviously, I mean, I'm surprised that they don't say too much about it other than saying they've got no objections, given that this is very much something about them, isn't it?
So that is in the bottom right of the image down here. Yes, I believe that's what you're referring to.
Well, it's not me, it's Milton Keynes. So it doesn't actually run through the site at all, the linear park, does it? Or, I mean, what are they talking about?
So the connection, so the Ouse Valley River Park and kind of the Ouse Valley, the river is located to the south of the A5. So in terms of the link to this, it would be over that. Effectively, there's an existing public right of way that goes over the A5 bridge and down towards I think it's Old Stratford Road or Toaster Road, and does kind of eventually, if you cross over that road, it does link up to that Ouse Valley Park. But that is reliant on these footpath links that we've referred to in the report that are conditioned.
Councillor Gaskell.
Thank you, Chair. My notes on it, I've got like policy AL5 requires roundabout access, yet the applicant proposes the Ghost Island, which you mentioned in your presentation there. Can you explain why the proposal that does not meet the policy requirement can still be considered compliant? And also, given that the roundabout is already over capacity at that junction, because I've travelled that quite a few times, what evidence demonstrates that additional HGV and car movements will not materially worsen congestion?
Okay, so the policy makes reference to a roundabout, but my understanding of the policy is that was an early thought as to how the site can be accessed. From an MPPF point of view, it's been considered in terms of its impact, in terms of safety and severity, and that access was considered the most suitable, as it wouldn't delay traffic on the A508 as in the way a roundabout would, which is why that junction's being considered.
Councillor Manners.
I take issue with your comment there through you, Chair. It was very much part of the local plan part 2. It was part of the AL5 allocation to have a roundabout. So how can you say that it's been removed and it's allowed? I mean, the fact is that road is incredibly busy, as Councillor Gaskell says, as is the Stony Stratford roundabout.
Just speaking from a transport perspective only, in terms of delay and impact on the network and traffic, the introduction of a roundabout would introduce delay where there isn't any at the moment, which is why that priority junction was accepted.
Councillor Gaskell.
Okay, moving on from the transport side of things, you didn't make any reference about the height of the buildings directly. Obviously, that main building, Unit 1's nearly 19 metres in height, and the graphics don't really show much about it because you've got trees that are different heights and that hide in the side of it, the fascia. Now, the existing building, it's hidden from the trees from the A5, but what's the height of that existing building in comparison to Unit 1? That's at 19 metres in height.
No, that's a good question, and it's something I tried to find out, but unfortunately I wasn't able to identify the exact height of that unit. I don't know if when the agent comes up, he might be able to answer that for you. But we did have a plan that showed sectionally how that unit sits relative to the proposed units.
Okay, thank you. I'd be interested to really know that one, because if you look at the map on Google Earth, for example, the existing building, it has ordinarily said that's more than 10 metres high, and yet you're looking at a building next to it that's going to be double the size of that.
Councillor Bignell.
Yeah, going back to the height of this building, you showed a picture from on the site looking up at the trees in the A508. That's lovely. You think that's great. It'll be down in the hollow, but that's absolute nonsense, because when you showed the cross-section area, the base of that building is actually above the 508. Then you're going to stick 19.5 metres on top of that. So that's going to be like 21, 22 metres above the A508, which is absolutely ridiculously high, surely, against the SPD that says 10 to 15.
I believe the levels, I mean, the A508 is not a single continuous level. So from the roundabout, I believe it dips down towards the access of the site. I'm talking about the A508, and then yes, so the A508 is not a single continuous height. At the point of access, the unit would be on ground levels approximately 1.3 meters higher than the access point. But throughout the whole length of the A508 to which Unit 1 runs, it won't be continuously 1.3 meters above the height of the road.
No, the road would be even lower as it goes down all the roundabout. So the building would be even more visible. So it'd actually be higher at the bottom end than it would at the top end because the road runs down to the existing roundabout. In the bottom corner, it'll be its highest.
So in terms of the levels, the levels are being slightly lowered at that A508, A5 junction, and then they're filling up because the site dips as you kind of head towards, if you run along by where the A508 is.
So does the
The
road.
site starts to dip down towards Dogsmouth Brook. You kind of get a change in levels there. So they're building up.
Yeah, but if the cross section we're shown shows a clear dominance of the building over the 508. Do you want to bring that up again, or?
Yeah, and we're not
Gonna
trying to
remind us?
hide that fact. I'm just trying to explain that
What?
it won't necessarily be that the height differentials won't be that much for the entire length of the A508. It is
So
at
is
the
that
point,
the extreme or the minimum?
the extreme, I believe, at the point of access.
Councillor Manners.
Thank you, Chair. Rob, I'd quite like to just go back to the houses on the Old Stratford Road. There are, I understand, about 18 houses impacted by this development. Just for reference for everybody here, the TT Park that's just been recently built is 10 meters high. So these are going up to 14 meters. And they're very, very close to those houses. So I really don't know how you get to say that it would have a moderate impact to a minor impact in 10 years. And 10 years is quite a long time. I mean, I would suggest that the impact on those houses and their visual and harm is quite significantly more than moderate.
Well, those levels of harm were the view of our expert landscape officer. So that's where they came from, and the assessments that the applicant has done, which have been endorsed by our landscape officer in terms
So
of.
if you lived in one of those houses, how would you describe it?
Not sure that's a material planning consideration, Councillor Manners. I appreciate the.
Well, it's his subjective view, or our planning department's subjective view. And I mean, if I ask all of them, which I can't do and probably I won't, but what would the impact be? It would be considerably more than moderate.
The weights given is up to you. Sorry.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more detail in terms of that, the report does make clear that those units are being set down at their rear element by approximately 1.3 meters. So because the site is sloped, the back end of the units will be set down. And you've got substantial landscaping there in areas already, and that is being significantly increased. And you will have a landscape buffer of approximately 20 meters there. And obviously with time, hence the 10 years, the impact will reduce. But we're not saying there won't be an impact. It would just be, it's classified as minor in terms of the views of our landscape officer and obviously the officers. Moderate reducing, yes.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify the harms that you've identified, just to get my head around this clearly. So you've specifically talked about loss of most versatile land. So from a grading point of view, could you indicate exactly what that is in terms of the total amount of land that is most versatile land? I raise it simply because if this was a solar farm, I suspect there'd be a lot of debate about loss of agricultural land, yet here we are with these big sheds which are there forever. So it'd be useful to understand exactly what that number is. You also talked about, obviously, harm to visual amenity. That's one of the key areas that you've identified. You've talked about ecological impacts, and then finally the loss of the wildlife area itself as the sort of core harms. And can I also just clarify, the net gain of this is 910 jobs when it's fully open, 910 jobs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have that number on agricultural land at all?
Yeah, so it's 8 hectares, where the site is approximately 40 hectares.
Councillor Bignell?
Yeah, let's go back to the A508. Two questions. Well, two reasons I asked this question. You're allowing lorries to go north at the A508. I would point out that Segro at the rail freight terminal on the top make their lorries turn left and use the A1. They use AMPR to ensure that traffic does not come back down the A508 and make trouble for the villages on the route down there. Yet you're allowing them, A, to turn right in a hideous place and go up there and cause trouble to all the villages along that route. Why are you doing that? And secondly, SEMLEP, bless them, they said this type of development should be close to and have easy access to major trunk roads, which yes, you turn left out of this site, you're on the A5. The A58 is not a major trunk road serving an industrial area. So if you're going to have lorries going out there, they have to turn left to use the A5, A5D and go wherever they want to. They should not go up the 508 because we've managed to stop it in one direction. So why are you allowing it in another direction?
Okay, in terms of the traffic flows, I don't have a direct answer as to why that hasn't been considered. The people that were reviewing this at the time would have had a review and been satisfied that those movements were acceptable.
But we've gone to so much trouble to ensure that the rail freight terminal at Segro does not cause issues, quite rightly so, and this we've just ignored it. I mean, it doesn't make sense with the same road.
I think if the size of the site potentially would have been a factor that would have been considered in terms of the number of vehicles that are moving there and turning right.
Do we have any other questions for the officers committee? Councillor Gaskell.
In regards to the country park and the benefits, you said in your presentation it's also going to act as some sort of flood zone as well. How's that going to help wildlife if that gets flooded out?
I mean, I'm not sure if Paul Evans will want to add anything, but I believe it's designed such with the landscaping in the flood storage area, which is appropriate and would be acceptable should it flood. But I'm not sure if you want to add anything, Paul.
I don't really have much to add to that. Obviously, the flood zone along the Dogsmouth Brook would be wet anyway, so enhancement of those kind of wet habitats along Dogsmouth Brook does have some benefits from a wildlife perspective, and because the ground is going to be raised for the formation of the other habitats outside of the outside of that flood zone, there'll be minimal impact on those per se that are being created.
Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. One question relating to section 3A of AL5. It specifically references an independently assessed market evidence proportion for the type and style of sheds. Do we have that independent assessment in terms of demand? Also, secondly, linked to that, how much of this development is speculative versus what demand exists there for these is effectively what I'm asking. Is it effectively being built because we have the allocation, or do we have any demand for them? And a third question related to the rainfall data. There was much reference to flooding in here regarding 1 in 100 year events. We all know from our own experiences that 1 in 100 years is not quite normal these days. It seems to be much more rapid than that in lots of instances. So what data have we used for that rainfall? Is it the most current that we could possibly do to have a look at that flooding?
So in terms of the market assessment, yes, we've had a market assessment and the proportion of uses on the site has been informed by that assessment. That was from 2022 when the application was submitted, and then it's since been updated in 2026 with the same conclusions.
Can I just clarify, was that independent as it says in the policy? Or
Yes,
was
it
that
is
from-
independent, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Bignell?
Yes,
Sorry,
thank you through you, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
No,
carry on,
carry on,
please.
carry
Yeah,
on.
no, sorry.
In terms of you answered about speculative development, the applicant has confirmed that there's been a fairly long-term interest in Unit 1. We understand the applicant may elaborate on that later. I mean, in terms of rainfall data, all I can add to that is that the Environment Agency have accepted the modelling and data that's been provided. That's been looked at extensively, and that has been accepted by the Environment Agency and the lead local flood authority in terms of surface water drainage.
Please, Councillor Bignell.
Yes, through you, Chair. Can we address the reservoir? There's a mystery bit on your site there that shows no real size, capacity or anything. Why is that? Surely at this time we know all the figures, all the money, amounts of water. Surely you could draw a line around and say that's the reservoir, it'll hold X million thousands of whatever. It seems to be a mystery to us. I'll come on to a bit more about it, but could you answer that first, please?
I mean, the flood storage area is essentially a lower portion of the site, which it's shown, well, it's shown on the contour plans, which I didn't include in the presentation, but it is part of the submission. And in the slides I showed on the flood extent, you could see the extent of that flood storage area in terms of where the flooding was occurring.
But the figures in the various reports vary from something like 15,000 to 48,000. I mean, this is a real mystery how big this thing is. And secondly, I mean, the EA wrote to you on the 25th of April 2025, and they said, we must emphasise that we do not find this proposal to be sustainable development as it introduces a residual risk to the catchment downstream. So it's not actually serving a purpose. They don't like the reservoir. Nobody likes the reservoir as a solution, apart from the applicant.
They did make some
Well, that's what they
comments
said.
similar to that, yes, but they also said that that risk could be managed by conditions and through other legislation. And ultimately, as I explained in the presentation, they believe that, apologies, I haven't got the wording here, but I'll just find it for you. So yes, so the Environment Agency have confirmed the development can be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere.
Well,
That's
why
the
have
advice they've
They
given
said
us.
it introduced a residual risk to the catchment downstream and they've
Yes,
executed.
but
First paragraph.
that can be managed. They advised it could be managed.
But you in your earlier statement says this will mitigate problems downstream. Your words, it doesn't.
Well, I haven't really got much more to add to that. The Environment Agency have confirmed.
And the last thing on the reservoir, I mean, who would actually manage it? Who would own it? I mean, this is going to be some massive thing there. You know, or like you send it to a manco, 5 years later they go bust. Who's going to look after it?
Yeah, so that would be the third-party management company to manage that.
And when they go bust, it's then down to the taxpayer to look after it. Thank you.
If I just add, I think from the point of view of flood risk, I think one of the reasons why this application has taken so long to get to this point of decision is that the applicant, and you can ask some of these questions, the applicant around the details of their mitigation strategy and flood risk management. One of the reasons it's taken so long because they've worked with the Environment Agency and lead local flood authority throughout many, many months to come to a point where, as is the beginning of the answer from the Environment Agency from 25th of April 2025 says we can now withdraw our objections.
The same paragraph to say we must emphasise, and it says emphasise, we do not find this proposal to be a sustainable development.
As
Then
you-
another 10 pages goes on and on. One
Unfortunately,
sentence.
they're not here. We invited them here. The Environment Agency are not at this meeting. They've
in
withdrawn their
papers here.
objection and unfortunately, that's their position. So from your point of view, decision makers, the statutory consultee on this element of the development isn't objecting to the planning application. And you understand what that means in terms of appeals and inquiries and things as well.
So why do they say we do not find it a sustainable solution then?
They're offering you a comment, but not what they're not doing, unfortunately, is sitting here and saying we support a reason for refusal of planning permission, and we would then support the council in that decision if they were to go to appeal. They're not saying that, and that's where they've come to, and that's one of the reasons we've taken so long to get to this point, because a lot of these consultees have withdrawn their objections as the applicants worked with them over the many months that we've come to this point.
But you must agree that at this stage, we should have had a diagram that says the reservoir is X big, does this, does that. I mean, it's just a vagary of how this solution is going to be affected.
I think when the applicant do their presentation, you may be able to go into a bit more detail about how the reservoir would work. And
Shouldn't that be on the application that's in front of us? We're trying to consider what's in front of us. We can't consider what's in front of us because it isn't in front of us.
Okay, I think your points have been taken there, Councillor Bignell. I don't think they've got anything else to be able to add to that, unfortunately. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. 44,000 cubic metres of water is quite a lot, isn't it? 17 Olympic swimming pools. It's actually more than 17. So much water that it could actually provide 17 million homes for their water for a day. So I'm really struggling with this, that we're not seeing how much space it would take. And I'm not the brightest of chaps, so could the officer explain the Reservoirs Act to me? Because it seems like a pretty big deal from what I can see, and I think it will be useful for the committee to understand it. It certainly will be for me. But yeah, 17 Olympic swimming sized pools, 44 million litres of industrial runoff. It's a bit scary, really, and I wouldn't want to swim in it. So yeah, I'd just like to understand it a bit more with the Reservoirs Act.
I mean, the Reservoirs Act is outside of planning. It's a matter that falls under the jurisdiction of the Environment Agency and covers the
But I'm asking you as a layman to understand it. So from your perspective, from a planning
I'm
perspective.
not required as a planning officer. We consult with the experts in drainage matters, and we have the response from the Environment Agency on that matter.
So would that also include the Flood and Waters Management Act 2010? Yeah, scary, isn't it?
I mean, just if I can speak to that point, I mean, what we have as with any planning application, is a number of different regulatory regimes which need to work for the development to work. But as it relates to the Reservoirs Act, it's not something that's open for this committee to take into account as a material consideration. What I would say is you do have plenty of advice about material considerations. I just actually wanted to address members about the number of material considerations on the table and how you should really be looking at them, just to bear in mind as we move on with the meeting. So you have, as you've seen with your officer's report, benefits and harms. So then when you need to be looking at those, you need to be with some of those, they've identified the harm, they said it's less than substantial, or they've given it a label like that. Then on top of that, so that's the if you want to say the quantum of the harm. Then on top of that, when you're weighing it up, it's really about how much weight you give that harm, and that's open to members to take a view on. You have your advice, but that's part of the job of the committee needs to undertake today. So you've got the quantum of the harm, and then you've got the weight to be given to each harm. So when you're looking at the situation, obviously we're very, very far away from the end of the meeting, I'm sure, but when you're at that point, think about those two things: the extent of the harm and then the weight that you want to give to that harm or benefit, as the case may be. Like I said, I can speak to that later, but obviously I just wanted to kind of get members in the right mindset when they're looking at this, because there are a lot of things to weigh up.
Councillor Smith.
I know a little bit about the Reservoirs Act, and a little bit is about trees that they're legally barred from being within, I think it's 5 meters of the reservoir, the one that holds 44 million litres of industrial runoff. So this would remain a really industrial feature. Not that we've seen how big it's going to be on the maps, but I just really, we need to be, I think, mindful of the size of this. And I hear what the legal counsel says. And AL5 highways, it's not compliant. AL5 layout, it's not compliant. Strong planning reasons.
Thank you, councillor. Do we have any other questions to the officers before we move on? Anything? Okay. So we'll move on to public speaking then. Can I ask Andy Bush, please, to step up?
Is that right? Okay. So over 3,400 objections. Not often your constituents are so clear. Planning officers have pandered to the developers, removing the requirement for roundabout access to enable Framptons to build Unit 1 against SPD policy and common sense. 5 times the size of Arsenal's football ground, 19 metres in height, on the highest point of the site. They're in denial of statements made by experts, even their own ecology officer. Throughout, the applicant has misled. They say it's poor quality land. Experts say it's rare wildlife habitat of national importance, and it's now been designated a local wildlife site. I'll let that sink in. Developers insist that this habitat can be moved gently with a bulldozer. If the land is poor, it's easier to meet biodiversity targets. WNC's SEMLEP report, which was referred to, says logistics development should be within 5 kilometres of a motorway junction. Firtho Pit is 15 kilometres from the M1, where Segro provides all the warehouse space we need. LP2 requires an employment zone, not just warehouses. Framptons will tell you that theirs will house offices and use buzzwords like medical research. If their customer says no thanks, they won't. It certainly won't cater for local industry as policy requires. Warehouses employ reducing numbers of low-skilled workers commuting in from out of the county due to the cost of local housing. With automation, their employment density figures are at least 25% overinflated and falling. The applicant says it doesn't flood. Flood alerts in February included the Dogsmouth Brook. Bridge parapets on the site were washed away by floods, which was confirmed by WNC Highways. The framework is there to ensure that flood risk is taken into account at all stages of the planning process to avoid inappropriate development. This is an acknowledged flood zone with frequent flooding upstream into Stony Stratford and downstream into Newport Pagnell. The Environment Agency are aware the area floods with damage to property at least once a year. They state that the flood risk assessment is acceptable, but advise that it's reliant on works to the canal culvert not within the application boundary. Therefore, a Grampian condition is essential. Both Environment Agency and LLFA say it's not sustainable development. Preconditions haven't been met, and the EA rejected every mad flood scheme devised until ministers instructed them to do as little as legally possible to prevent the approval of planning applications. So the task of preventing a worsening flood risk is down to you. The Canals and Rivers Trust response states, if the council is minded to determine the application, we ask that you notify us, as we would be likely to object. The culvert is not within the red line boundary and not owned or controlled by the applicant. So the applicant cannot guarantee necessary works will happen. Hydrologist Harvey Rodder details a historical flooding and flood risk maps are missing. The FRA submitted by Frampton shows information on hydrology is missing. Volume of flow from the site cannot be estimated. Increased flood risk is simply not accounted for. The LLFA response remains, we would advise that the information provided is not satisfactory to demonstrate that the scheme will adequately manage flood risk in accordance with policy BN7. In conclusion, inaccuracy in the officer's report leaves you open to judicial review. The application is not of sufficient value to warrant a high-risk dam left to the management of a private company for perpetuity. Horrific increased congestion, poor employment levels, and destruction of rare habitat to warrant yet another warehouse development so far from the M1.
Can we wrap up? Just wrap it up, please.
Framptons have misrepresented every aspect at every turn, and it's appalling that your officer is perpetuating those mistakes. This application must be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Do we have any questions from committee, please? Any questions? Councillor Bignell.
You made a reference to having to be, was it within 5 kilometres of a motorway or what?
Yeah,
that whose laws that, or sorry, where did that policy come from?
That comes from the SEMLEP report, between 3 and 5 kilometres.
Referring to, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Randy? Committee? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Can I ask Dominic Woodfield, please, to step up?
Thank you. Just stopwatch. Chair and members of the committee. I've been doing this for about 30 years and I've scarcely read a less convincing or more misleading officer's report. I want to focus your attention on 3 ecology-related matters in particular. The fundamental change in circumstances that now undermines allocation policy AL5, and which the officer's report ignores. The clear policy breaches that flow from that, and why you need not fear an appeal if you do decide to refuse. Change of circumstances. The AL5 allocation was adopted in 2020. At that time, the ecological importance and value of the western part of the site was totally unknown. That's now changed, fundamentally and formally. The western parcel has now been, the allocation site has now been officially designated as a local wildlife site, as you've heard, based on open mosaic habitat with a suite of rare insects and plants. It's the only known location across the whole of Bucks and North Hants for 5 nationally rare or nationally scarce insect species. It's county rare plants. It's the sorry and unforgivable fact that the applicant's ecologists have consistently failed to recognise and have striven to deny this interest at every turn. I find it very alarming that the officer's report takes the developer's position at face value, uncritically and without the necessary expertise. It reads as if it's seeking to downplay the amount of open mosaic habitat and claiming that the western part of the site has been restored to agriculture. Well, you've been there. You know it's not been restored to agriculture. It's a flower-rich open mosaic habitat that's now designated a wildlife site. We now hear that the local wildlife site will decline if it's not managed. Well, that applies to every local wildlife site in the country. It also applies to every SSSI in the country. It applies to every European protected site in the country. Management's just one of those things that has to happen. It's not an excuse to destroy those sites, otherwise we'd have none left. The importance of this part of the site is not a difference of professional opinion. Formal designation as a local wildlife site is a process based on science and fact. It runs independently of the local plan process, meaning that when a site is designated, it is designated. It does not need to wait for adoption. The officer's report hitherto has declined to properly recognise this status, although now latterly I see in the supplementary papers that you are invited to place significant weight on the fact that the local wildlife site would be completely destroyed. Again, I ask you to let that sink in. The officer seems to rely instead on a compensation proposal. It's not mitigation, it's a compensation proposal to do something in the country park to offset this. Well, that is to leapfrog the mitigation hierarchy, which requires that you try and avoid impacts in the first place. And only then you seek to mitigate them, and only then do you seek to compensate for them. Because this site was not known in 2020, of course the development has been designed with no heed given to the presence of the local wildlife site, because nobody knew about it. So the development proposals offend adopted local plan policy NE5 that prohibits development that causes significant harm to sites of biodiversity significance. Destroying a designated local wildlife site is unambiguously such significant harm. Your ecology officer recognises this, but your officer inexplicably does not seem to. National Policy NPPF paragraph 1.193a requires refusal where significant harm to biodiversity cannot first be avoided or mitigated and only as a last resort compensated. As I've said, the officer's report skips over avoidance and goes straight to compensation. That sequential approach cannot be skipped in that way. It's a policy requirement and it's been bypassed entirely in your officer's report. I will move on now as to why you do not need to fear an appeal. Members will naturally be cautious about refusal where an allocation exists, and they are no doubt wary of the recent outcome with the AL1 appeal, the DHL Toaster decision. The circumstances could hardly be more different here.
1 minute.
There is no precedent, none, in which an appellant has successfully argued that a local wildlife site should carry diminished weight simply because it is not yet adopted into a local plan. Appeal decisions right through from Novus Hill in 1992 to local plan inspectors' reports in the 1990s consistently affirm that local wildlife site designations carry full material weight from the point that they are designated. The AL5 allocation was adopted in 2020, years before the ecological value of this site was understood. The local wildlife site designation is a material change based on relevant and important facts that were unknown. It is actually the AL5 allocation that carries diminished weight here, not the local wildlife site designation. And the scheme does not even comply with AL5 in any event, as you've heard. Members, you have clear and abundant multiple policy grounds for refusal. A scheme that is non-compliant with an outdated allocation cannot outweigh or justify the destruction of a rare habitat of at least county and arguably regional importance. I ask you to refuse this application.
Thank you, everybody. Councillor Bignell, please.
Yes, through you, Chair. In 2020, I was Cabinet Portfolio Member for Planning here, and I brought AL5 through Council here, and it is what it is. Now, if I was doing that today, what chance would I have of putting AL5 through as I did 6 years ago?
Well, that's a really good question, and I'm sure you can probably testify to the fact that the site's wildlife interest really didn't figure in that decision back in 2020 at all. So yes, it's a fundamental change of circumstances, and now the weight to be attributed to the delivery of employment land in that location would have to be balanced up against the importance of that wildlife site. And obviously, one of the first considerations would be, are there other sites that we could allocate for employment that don't have a local wildlife site designation on them? And they would come higher in the sequential test.
And secondly, we talked about wildlife sites deteriorated and changing status and all sorts of things. Could you expand on that for my?
Yes, any site, you heard from the council's ecologists that sites succeed to woodland eventually. That applies to any piece of land in this country. And any local wildlife site or any site of special scientific interest requires management in order to retain its interest. Here you have a site, I mean, open mosaic habitat, which is the specific habitat that's of particular value here. I'm a national specialist in it because I have to deal with it in the Thames Estuary all the time. It's one of those habitats that actually, because of the nature of the substrates, because they are so infertile, it actually maintains stasis for longer. than most other habitats. So if this site was highly fertile, then you can imagine the tree cover would zoom in and it would turn into woodland very quickly. Open mosaic habitats tend to be slower at going through that process. So actually, to the extent that that is an irrelevant consideration at all, it's a less relevant consideration in respect of this habitat than it would be, for example, a grassland habitat.
And finally, I did visit the site and I enjoyed the walk around there. I wasn't sure what an open mosaic looked like, but the rest of the site seemed teeming with orchids and all sorts of other stuff. So we're concentrating on this open mosaic bit where the 5 blobs are, but am I right? And there's a lot more to that site,
well,
that area than just those 5 bits of mosaic.
Well, firstly, I would say about the 5 blobs that, again, it's very alarming that your officer has taken what the development has said about the extent of open mosaic at face value. The amount of open mosaic habitat is much, much larger than those 5 blobs. Take it from me. And yes, the local wildlife site is concerned not just the open mosaic habitat, but all of the other areas that you saw, the areas where the orchids are, the areas which have turned into species-rich grassland, the scrub. That matrix of habitats is what makes that site particularly valuable and what supports some of the associated species, particularly some of the invertebrate species and some of the bird species. They nest in the scrub and they forage in the open mosaic habitat. So it's a matrix, and that's what makes it important.
Do you have any other questions for Dominic, please, Councillor Pipes?
Just out of interest, you say you've been doing this for 30 years. Is this your profession or a hobby, or
I'm an environmental.
what is it you do? What's your title?
I'm a professional ecologist. I manage an environmental consultancy company called Bioscan. So we do work all over the country. So I've been involved in assessments, environmental impact assessments, ecological surveys for over 30 years. And I've sat in on numerous planning committees, planning appeals. I've even been to the High Court. So I kind of know my way around ecology legislation and policy and around the facts in this case.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Dominic, thank you for that. Every day is a school day. So if this habitat were gently nudged with a caterpillar bulldozer, what are its chances of survival? I'm guessing pretty low.
Well, again, your office's report was it's a little bit shameful that it didn't recognise that it's only the applicant that thinks that this compensation strategy will work. There are all sorts of reasons. So you have the national charity BugLife has said they don't think it will work. You've got the Northants Wildlife Trust who said they don't think it will work. And there are good reasons for that. One being that all they intend to do is pick up bits of the substrate from the western part of the site and move them and then dump them on what is actually former arable land. Now, anybody who knows anything about soils knows that when you have a site with a legacy of arable cultivation, it will have very high nutrient status. And that means that the plants will just swamp all of the open mosaic habitat, which will mean it will simply fail. And the applicants' proposals included things like using proprietary seed mixes to recreate the habitat. Well, there's no proprietary seed mix for open mosaic habitat. So it's a bit of a nonsense. And again, it's a little bit of a shame that the officer's report didn't give a more balanced view on the prospects of success of that compensation scheme.
So each mosaic habitat would be unique in itself then, would you say? So to replicate that with a seed mix or whatever, I mean, I find that quite an interesting proposal. And also from, as you say, the leaching effect and rising effect of leaching. So that would clearly have an effect on if it were moved. I just don't get it. I just think I've tried moving a rose 20 feet and it dies. So quite whether that would work for something like this. And just really for all of us, what do we stand to lose? So you've identified butterflies or whatever else. What sort of things would we potentially be losing?
So for starters, open mosaic habitat in general is very scarce in this part of the world. So if you were to look at a map of it in the Northampton Bucks areas, you'd find very, very few examples of it. It tends to be associated with old quarries and stuff like that. So that's probably why it's present at the former Furtho pit. What it creates in this situation is you have, I don't want to get too technical, but you have like loose substrates which are really good for, and flower-rich areas. The combination of those two things are really good for thermophilic invertebrates that like warm conditions. So a lot of our rarest bees, they like to burrow into the loose substrates and they like to forage on the pollen to do with all the rich areas of flowers. And that is why, because the combination of those particular conditions here and the scarcity of that type of habitat regionally and locally is why it is the only, as I said, it's the only site in the whole of Bucks and Northants for 5 nationally rare or nationally scarce species. So it's almost, for those species, it's the only site across the 2 counties. There's a whole suite of other species for which there are less than 5 sites in the whole of the region. So it's a real hotspot, and that's why it meets the local wildlife site criteria. That's why the independent panel, looking at the evidence, have gone, well, yeah, of course it's a local wildlife site. Let's get it designated. So yes, you would stand to lose something really special. And just because it was only recognised late in the day, that doesn't diminish its value. And equally, in my view, it represents a very, very significant change in the relevant material considerations that you have to consider here, because AL5 was put together, as we've heard, with no knowledge of this site. Now you've got half of the developable area of this site effectively designated as a local wildlife site. If you put that together with things like requiring something that requires a Reservoir Act inspector to deal with your surface water site, how many more messages do you want to get that this site's unsuitable for development?
Thank you. So just, you maybe not be able to answer this. So with this, what did I put, 44,000 million, whatever it was, litres of industrial runoff. So that the reservoir itself potentially, even if that was dumped this, if nothing else was done, but the reservoir was put close to this, would that have an adverse effect?
The reservoir is in a different location from the local wildlife site. So,
But I'm sorry, from a water table perspective.
From a water perspective, well, it beggars belief that you would have a development, in my view. And again, I'm not a specialist in hydrology and not a specialist in Reservoir Act constructions, but I have dealt with reservoir schemes before, and I know how weighty the Reservoir Act is for good reasons, because if a reservoir fails, then you have catastrophic downstream flooding. I've never yet seen a scheme that relies on something that requires a artificial attenuation construction that falls within the remit of the Reservoirs Act. I've never seen a scheme that tries to do that. The only Reservoir Act schemes I've ever worked on are old Victorian reservoirs where there have to be regular inspections of the bunds and the banks to check everything's sound. I've never yet seen a scheme that says, we've got such a problem with managing surface water that we're going to have to build something that falls under the Reservoirs Act. It's absolutely extraordinary in my view, and unprecedented in my view. Maybe we'll hear from the applicant as to whether there are other examples up and down the country, but I know of none.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, committee? Thank you, Dominic. Can I ask Councillor Chris Baird, please, of Cosgrove Parish Council, to come up? Thank you.
I'm here to explain why this warehouse development must be refused. The Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, or LVIA, is supposed to give a clear, honest picture of how the development would look and feel in the landscape. The October 2025 independent review of the LVIA by Peter Rudmell Associates shows it contains serious errors that underestimate the harm this development would cause, and is flawed on a number of aspects. The development does not comply with the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2 in terms of visual impact. 1. An incorrect landscape description. The LVIA puts the site in the wrong valley. AL5 sits in the Dogsmouth Brook Valley, flowing to the River Great Ouse, a green, open, rural landscape, not an urban corridor. This matters because the local plan says its distinctive features must be conserved. With the wrong baseline, you get the wrong conclusions. 2. The applicant's LVIA understates the value and sensitivity of the site. The central and eastern landscape is highly sensitive, right next to the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area, an indicator of high landscape value. The LVIA calls it low to medium value. This is not credible. The LVIA also downplays heritage impact. The May 2024 independent consultation review by Richard Hoggett also pointed out that the developer's heritage review has only assessed half the site, downplaying the effects of engineered works in 48 acres of the country park, where distances between major heritage assets and the site are incorrect. The harm to the conservation area, scheduled monuments and listed buildings nearby has not been adequately assessed. Policy HE6 states harm will need to be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, and this has not happened. 3, dubious value of the country park. The country park is repeatedly referred to as a benefit to the scheme. However, this is already green, open countryside. Approximately half of the country park will now be lost to earthworks and flood mitigation measures, and the rest will be used for the attempted relocation of the local wildlife site habitat, which is to be destroyed. How can this be a benefit compared with what is already there? 4, unreliable visual evidence. Photos, montages, and the zone of theoretical visibility do not meet industry standards. They are little more than artists' impressions and not sufficiently accurate to assess visual impact. If the visuals aren't trustworthy, the conclusions aren't either. 5, ignores residents. Only 3 viewpoints consider residents, yet hundreds in Cosgrove and Old Stratford will see this daily. There are a number of households and a scout camp adjacent to the development that will have their outlook blighted forever. The local plan requires development to respect settlement identity and avoid coalescence. This proposal amounts to an infill between the two communities. This is a direct breach of policy SS2. 6, mitigation won't work. The applicant claims planting hides 95% of visual harm in 10 years. This is unrealistic. The buildings are up to 18.9 metres tall, equivalent to a 6-storey residential block. This cannot be screened in a rural landscape. The local plan requires suitable mitigation. This contravenes policy NE4 as it fails to achieve this. 7, it ignores nighttime effects. 24/7 logistics means high-intensity lighting throughout the night. There are no night visualisations, no light spill assessment, nothing on sky glow from the conservation area. This is a major omission. 8, it fails policy AL5. AL5 requires detailed strategic landscape and visual impact assessments to deliver a high-quality landscape setting. The independent review makes clear neither of these requirements has been met. The buildings are too large, too uniform, too intrusive for this landscape to absorb. So to summarise, the LVI misdescribes the landscape, undervalues the site, downplays heritage, uses unreliable visuals, overlooks residents, ignores nighttime impacts, overstates mitigation, and does not meet policies SS2, HE6, NE4 and AL5. This development would cause significant unmitigated harm to the landscape, to the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area setting and to our village identity. It is quite simply the wrong development in the wrong location.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have any questions, please? Do you have any questions, please, committee? No? Thank you, councillor. Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Mike Fitch, please, to step up?
Good afternoon. Is that okay? So I speak today for Old Stratford Parish Council, but I'll focus on transport. The proposal fails to explain how it will operate safely and sustainably on an existing road network which has already experienced fatal accidents. Firstly, traffic assessment reliability. We commissioned an independent review by Railtron, which raised major concerns about the traffic assumptions used. They found that with more appropriate survey data and excluding unreliable COVID-era surveys and outdated information, HGV movements could be up to 93% higher than those stated, with light vehicle movements also higher. These aren't minor differences. They have a direct bearing on highway capacity, congestion, and safety. An incorrect starting point gives unreliable conclusions. The site sits next to the Old Stratford roundabout, which already operates above peak hours, at capacity at peak hours. It suffers regular congestion, queues and delays, made worse when incidents occur elsewhere on the strategic road network. But the applicant's modelling focuses not on roundabout performance, but mainly on wider journey times along the A5 corridor. Note that the local transport plan 2025 to 45
has no specific improvements for either the roundabout or the surrounding road network. So the consequences of additional traffic on an already constrained junction have not been properly demonstrated. Secondly, the proposed access arrangements raise serious concerns and are not compliant with policy AL5. AL5 considered a mixed-use development of offices, industrial units, and limited warehousing accessed by a roundabout on the A508. The current logistics hub proposal bears no relation to this, with large logistics warehouses served instead by a Ghost Island priority junction. We are very concerned that site access design has been driven by commercial considerations on warehouse sizing, rather than to produce the most suitable and safe traffic solution. The applicant's own modelling shows waiting times of up to 2 minutes during peak periods to exit the site. But those figures are based on traffic forecasts that we've already challenged as underestimates. Higher traffic means longer delays, increasing the likelihood of driver frustration and unsafe manoeuvring by those leaving the site. Because of delays, many vehicles will turn left out of the site and use the existing roundabout to reverse direction, placing further pressure on the junction. These are genuine highway safety concerns. Thirdly, there are unresolved questions about the deliverability of required highway works. The proposed access needs major changes to the A508, including widening works, but there's limited evidence these can be achieved given the existing embankments, vegetation, level differences, and land ownership and access constraints. You're being asked to approve a logistics development where key transport infrastructure is non-compliant with policy and may not even be achievable. And this development is not sustainable. There is poor non-vehicular accessibility with few residents within practical walking distance and very limited links to the wider cycle network. Access rights for such pathways are still to be agreed. There is no existing public transport near the site, meaning the proposed bus provision may not be viable when developer subsidy ceases. The usage change from AL5 means the now predominantly warehousing and logistics jobs no longer match the skills profile of the local workforce.
1 minute.
More employees will come from a wider area, meaning longer journeys, greater reliance on private vehicles, and more traffic. One final specific point. Access to the existing locally owned businesses already on the site, where the applicant intends to close off the old Cosgrove Road, has still not been secured by a legally binding agreement. The owners have already incurred legal expense and face further costs to resolve this, and the SPC should take this unresolved matter into account. In conclusion, the CEMET logistics study, as has been mentioned, says major warehousing sites should be within 3 miles of high-quality strategic routes with rail connections. This site is 10 miles from the M1 and has no rail access. Instead, it would be a major logistics development on a transport network already under pressure. It relies on questionable traffic forecasts, inadequate assessment of the existing roundabout, unresolved access issues, incomplete design, and unsatisfactory sustainable transport measures. Wrong project, wrong place, and we therefore respectfully ask the committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Do we have any questions from committee? Councillor Furman.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Chair. Am I right in thinking that the cycle pedestrian way is coming from Old Stratford and they're not going to get permission?
No, that's not the case. We've been approached by the developer as Old Stratford Parish Council. They have proposed a route along route access, and we have asked to discuss it. We've made suggestions, we've raised our concerns. The route that they suggested we do not believe is workable, and they have not entertained really with us a discussion on what we think is more likely the route that people will follow. There's also many issues about widening what is an existing footpath to make it a cycle path, and they want 4-meter high light poles on an area which has no lighting and cuts across an area of just a parkland, effectively, village green and the village area. We asked them to demonstrate these lights and they haven't done. We've made alternative suggestions. So there is no agreement at the moment. The bigger problem is that even if you get to Old Stratford, that doesn't link you into a cycle network. You know, it doesn't link in. Milton Keynes, as probably a lot of people know, has a fantastic Redway cycle network. But this would go to a point on the old A5. You then have to find a way to access the Milton Keynes network. So we do not believe that cycling is a realistic way of accessing the site.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Bignell?
Yes, through you, Chair. Is it true that the proposed path or cycleways, whoever call them, are actually not in the ownership of the applicant at this point? Some of them.
Absolutely true.
So even if permission was given, they haven't got the ability. I know land ownership, I'm looking at my legal colleague, is not our concern.
But it's true.
But it is true. Okay, thank you.
I believe there is a Grampian condition on this, Councillor Bignell, that states there would have to be permission given first before any development was to proceed, for clarification. Councillor Manners, please.
The traffic on the A5 and the 508 has increased significantly, I think, since COVID. When was the traffic modelling done?
The traffic modelling was carried out. I can't give you the exact time it was done. The problem is the traffic modelling, as we understand from our consultant, was actually carried out. Was carried out including during that period. So it's not necessarily the date. It's two things. It's the date it was done and the traffic information and how long back it uses. And so our consultant has advised that it's not, that they do not believe that those figures are correct.
Or it's not robust.
Yeah, that's right. And absolutely. And they suggest that in peak hours, in the PM period, for example, the number of vehicles exiting the site could be nearly twice as many.
Thank you.
Councillor Bignell?
Yes, going back to the A508, have you got any thoughts on the fact that they're going to allow lorries and HGVs to go up the 508 and cause problems, obviously, for the villages along that line? It seems that listening to highways, they haven't even considered that.
Well, I think it's a nightmare. In advance of the meeting and knowing I was speaking on transport, I actually walked that section of road yesterday afternoon and was nearly killed several times trying to get across it to look at both sides. It took me as a pedestrian well over 2 minutes to walk across the road. And that was at about 3:30 in the afternoon. It's not peak period. And so it makes no sense at all. Yeah.
Councillor Keeble?
Thank you. You've expressed a lot of scepticism about the possibility or the likelihood of people accessing the service by bus or by cycle or by foot. In particular, it's one thing to provide bus stops. It's another thing to provide buses. It's another thing to get people to use the buses. I just wonder if you could say a bit more about number one, any data that you've got and which supports that scepticism, and secondly, what you then project the impact will be on increased road transport, in particular private car transport.
Sure. Well, I think if you take the modes of transport, if you look at walking first, there's very few houses within walking distance of the site. So people walking to work, apart from small parts of Old Stratford, is not realistic. The cycle we've already mentioned, the problems, the disconnect between, even if you have access into Old Stratford doesn't give you access to anywhere else on a decent cycle network. When it comes to the buses, there's very limited bus services. Buses come into Old Stratford. Some buses stop in Old Stratford, but that's still a fair distance from the site, and it's not really a walkable distance to get to work. So any bus, and there's limited buses that go through there to central Milton Keynes. There is one bus that passes up and goes through the villages and comes up here to Towcester. There are no buses along the Northampton Road coming towards Northampton. So most of the villages and towns in the area don't really have good access. The only access, as I think you pointed out earlier, was Milton Keynes' focus. The problem there is that to access this site will cause a diversion of an existing bus route and will therefore be an add-on of however long it takes to get into the site and, more importantly, to get out of the site afterwards. The buses will be queuing. So it's not really clear that existing bus passengers are going to be very interested in having this diversion added onto their existing journey. And it will only take you, well, we don't know where it will take you, but it's likely it will only take you into another transfer point in Milton Keynes. It's not likely to take people from their houses to the site to work, which means that it's not really providing a sustainable travel plan solution. And therefore, what we believe is that people will have to come to work by cars, and that isn't factored into the, I can't tell you the impact because I'm not a transport expert, but it's not factored into the traffic numbers. And of course, at the end of the working day shifts will cause increased traffic congestion getting out of the site and increase all the problems related to that.
Councillor Bignell.
Yes, through you, Chair. Has the addition of the road bypass affected the traffic at your end of the road of the 508?
Well, I mean,
because I always thought road being a bit of a bottleneck might have slowed it down, but over to you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, the road bypass is great. I use it, obviously, if I'm traveling north, and it's great for the people in road. But ultimately, the same number of vehicles end up at the Old Stratford roundabout. So, you know, although it might speed up their flow from road, eventually you've still got the same number of vehicles trying to get through the same stretch of the A508 and that roundabout.
So how far back?
Oh,
would
well,
you
I mean,
estimate it goes
the
on
traffic.
a normal day? I know the normal's not.
Okay, so the traffic is not solid and stationary, but the traffic is continuous way back almost to road. You know, and so that's okay because it moves a bit. You know, it's not as if you're in a 3-hour traffic jam. But the problem is that people trying to get in and out from all the adjoining roads is the problem. I mean, I heard the case just this morning of someone coming from Castlethorpe, which is a village just opposite, trying to get across that road. And it took them ages to be able to turn out. And, you know, and the problem here is you've got the site, which has just a simple junction for people to get off it. And it's a logistics project. It's not people driving into work, sitting there for 8 hours and then going home. You've got trucks coming all day. That's the whole point of the site. So it's the accessing onto it which causes as many problems, and then the continuing congestion at the roundabout with the knock-on effect. Sorry to go on a bit, but if you take the roundabout is unusual. It has 5 roads coming into it. It has no clear straight through road, you know, and that's part of the problem with it. It's not as if most of the traffic comes this way and goes straight on. There is no straight on, so it's got people coming from all angles. And therefore, it's a complicated roundabout. I understand as a traffic problem, it's difficult. But if you have, say, just 2 HGV vehicles trying to do effectively a U-turn on the roundabout, they then block the lanes. So it then causes, it's not just 2 extra vehicle lengths. It's the fact that because of the traffic lights on the roundabout, they would block the lanes, which means that nobody moves. And that's where you get the start of gridlock at the roundabout. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, please? Committee? No? Thank you, councillor.
Thanks.
Can I ask Lynn Compton, please, clerk to Stony Stratford Town Council, to step up?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Stony Stratford. I'm here on behalf of Stony Stratford Town Council to present our formal response to this consultation. This council also previously responded to the WNC Local Plan Regulation 18, objecting to the inclusion of this development at the Furtho Pit site. The Town Council strongly objects to the inclusion of new industrial units at the Furtho pit site and associated works. Our objection is based on 4 key grounds. Firstly, the development is unnecessary. It's our understanding that there's sufficient capacity already exists at Junction 15 Grange Park site to accommodate the required number of units. Secondly, the proposed site lies within open countryside and represents an unsustainable location of which we've heard a lot about already for industrial development. Its inclusion would result in a significant and detrimental impact on the surrounding landscape. Thirdly, we have serious concerns regarding flood risk and river water contamination. The development has the potential to exacerbate flooding in Stony Stratford and the wider surrounding area that is already of real concern to residents. Fourthly, the proposal would place additional pressure on the A5D and its associated junctions, which are currently operating at near full capacity, which I can attest to. This raises clear concerns about traffic congestion and highway saviour time.
Any questions from committee, please? No. Thank you, Lynn. Can I ask Councillor Stephanie Spencer, please, Deans Hanger Parish Council, to step up?
Today I'm representing Deanshanger Parish Council, a village of approximately 4,500 residents situated between the A5 and A422. We strongly oppose this application. It will dominate the local landscape, cause untold traffic issues, cause noise and light pollution and disturb local wildlife. All for a build that bears little relation to the original South Northamptonshire Council plan for development in this area of providing small and medium-sized units, giving local employment opportunities. The residents of our parish already experience delays during morning and evening rush hours getting into and out of Deanshanger. We have one main road exit onto the A422 at which we have to rely upon the kindness of other motorists to exit the village. With this proposal, it would cause congestion around the Old Stratford roundabouts, with trucks causing ripples of mayhem tsunamiing down the road to total gridlock. The A5 and A508 are used as diversion routes when the M1 is closed, delayed or blocked anywhere between Junction 16 at Upper Hayford and Junction 11A at Dunstable. And unfortunately, that occurs often, as I'm sure members of the Strategic Planning Committee are aware if they live near this route. We have to question the need for such a large development in a very rural area with a lack of public transport and where all infrastructure, goods and personnel will need to be moved to site by road system already creaking under a lack of investment and future-proofing. The lack of public transport in all local villages mean residents are forced to rely on cars for commuting and daily needs. A quick surf on Rightmove last week showed over 3 million square feet of warehouse space in Northampton are available currently, and one page from 4 gives us almost 2 million square feet of space in Milton Keynes. If large warehouses are not being utilised in more accessible locations, why does a developer believe their large warehouse, which would be the wrong place, would be a more optimal choice for a client? Deanshanger Village is subjected to flooding, and so we're very mindful of the impact that this development would have in increasing the risk of flooding further downstream. We note the Environment Agency raised major concerns, and there is regular flooding in this area, and this huge development will only serve to worsen an already bad situation. Flood mitigation measures are completely inadequate, and we see across the area and nationally the adverse consequences of building on areas already at risk of flooding. This proposal is wholly unsuitable. It is the wrong plan in the wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from committee, please? No? Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Can I ask Sarah Ball, MP for South Northamptonshire, to step up, please?
Good afternoon.
So look, this application has been years under consideration, and yet it still fails to comply with planning policy in a range of areas and therefore should be rejected today. Firstly, on heritage, scale and massing. The local plan clearly notes that South Northamptonshire is rich in history. Policy AL5 and the SPD specifically recognise proper consideration needs to be given to this site's significant heritage features, which includes the scheduled monument, Mott and Bailey Castle, Deserted Village, and the monastic grange at Old Wolverton, and the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area, which is running through the centre of this site, see paragraph 6.81 of the SPD, and especially given the proposals to restore a navigable route between Cosgrove and Buckingham. Now, these heritage requirements have not been satisfactorily discharged with this application. And this is even more concerning, particularly given the height and massing of Unit 1, which we now know is in the middle of this wildlife site and is gargantuan at 19 metres, which is equivalent, as was said, of 5 Arsenal pitches. And the remaining proposed units far exceed the 10 to 15 metre height threshold identified at paragraph 690 of the SPD. These are entirely out of keeping with the rural character of this area and the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area. And this proposal fails to demonstrate the robust mitigation required by paragraph 6.91 of the SPD. Secondly, on traffic. Now, this application fails in 3 areas on traffic. Firstly, Policy AL5 and the SPD, paragraph 6.84, explicitly states that access to the site is from a new roundabout junction from the A508, which should be at a midpoint between Old Stratford roundabout and the road's flyover at the Dogsmouth Brook. The application contains no such roundabout, just a ghost island, the safety of which is extremely questionable. Secondly, AL5 policy requires a transport assessment and travel plan to assess transport implications. However, the modelling provided drastically underestimates the impact on the local road network. This development could generate up to 93% more HGVs and 47% more light vehicles than has been assumed for peak hours, which is on top of a roundabout which is already 7% over capacity. Even Milton Keynes Council in August 2025 expressed continued concerns about this roundabout. And thirdly, on sustainable access, AL5 policy requires good accessibility to public transport services, but as we've heard, long-term bus service provision is not secured in this application. Third, flooding. Now, under the National Policy Framework, NPPF, planners should consider avoiding inappropriate development in the areas at risk of flooding. This area is an acknowledged flood zone, and the SPD, paragraph 6.76, makes reference to this. Now, the applicant's proposed flood mitigation strategy is contested, as we've heard, and further works on the canal may be required, which are also not guaranteed. They're to propose a high-risk flood storage reservoir, which, as we've been told, is the equivalent of 17 Olympic swimming pools worth of water, in such a sensitive and low-lying location if it is a huge risk if it collapses. And as the planning documents comments show, no organisation, not the LLFA or the Environment Agency, can confirm that this is a sustainable development in the future. So this cannot be right. So it is really clear that the flood risk has not been satisfactorily addressed by this application, and this must not be underestimated. Fourth, the environment. The local plan at AL 5.5G requires safeguarding of local wildlife sites and for the application to contribute towards biodiversity net gains. However, across all ecological consultees, WNC Ecology, the Wildlife Trust, BugLife and Bioscan, there is unanimous and strong evidence conclusion that the application fails to provide an accurate ecological baseline, under-records priority habitat, fails to assess or protect priority species, and fails the mitigation hierarchy and does not therefore comply with national or local policies. And finally, on employment. AL5 establishes this site for 16 hectares of mixed employment generating development. This is reinforced in the SPD, which expects evidence of proportion of B1 offices, B2 general industrial and B8 storage and distribution. Now here we have an application for 9 units, but it is overwhelmingly dominated by B8 use, which is fundamentally at odds with the policy. Furthermore, South Northamptonshire has one of the lowest unemployment levels in the UK, with a highly skilled and professional resident workforce. Now, given an ambition of the local plan is to reduce outcommute, taking together the high housing costs and skilled
Can we
work
wrap up, please?
locally, of course, the workforce for this site will have to commute in, which again sits contrary to policy. Now, look, as should just be clear from the over 3,400 objections, this application fails to meet the requirements of the local and national planning policy and therefore should be rejected.
Any questions from committee, please? Any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Perfect, thank you.
Can I ask Ian McCord, please, councillor for Deanshanger and Paulsbury, to step up?
Chairman, colleagues, the question today is not whether this application has problems. Even the officer report accepts that. The question is whether you are prepared to sum them up. For nearly 4 years, residents and parish councils have raised issue after issue, often with more care and diligence than the applicant, and I thank them. Today, I ask you to consider one question. Is this application the product of incompetence or a pattern of presentation that consistently obscured the truth? Starting with the allocation. The site was promoted on a set of indicative drawings showing 4 areas, roundabout access straight through the middle of what is now one single 350,000 square foot box. The roundabout was there until they realised it takes too much land, and rather than make the unit smaller as policy required, they dropped it. Was that planning evolution or a banishing act? Next, ecology. The opening position, low-grade scrub of no value. Under resident pressure, the applicant's ecologist finally identified the open mosaic habitat previously missed, only to conveniently conclude that it didn't matter. Convenient blindness or incompetence. Take flooding. Plan after plan, each one only improved because residents forced it. The Environment Agency's final word, yes, technically it'll work, but it's a stupid thing to do because you engineer a new downstream flood risk. This reservoir is a result of years of patchwork, not an EA request. And staggeringly, the ownership of the dam remains unresolved. If it's a management company that can be wound up overnight, that liability doesn't disappear. It lands with us, the taxpayer. And we still don't have a settled size for the reservoir. 40,000 cubic meters, nearly 10 million gallons, if you want old money, give or take, because the applicant's own figures can't agree with each other. Winging it or incompetence. And when the reservoir is full, how much of the country park floods? Onto contamination. Declared clear initially, until the Environment Agency reviewed evidence that was there all along and demanded new conditions. A clean bill of health that never stood scrutiny or incompetence. Officers haven't taken the cumulative effect into account, so you must. Habitats missed, rainfall modelled on 1970s methods, visual assessments built on unrecognised methodology, traffic flows understated, inaccurate simple measurements of distance. Is there a pattern here? Or are we really meant to believe we've discovered the most incompetent advisor on every discipline? Whatever the answer, it's worked for the officers. Their report reads like a masterclass of willful blindness, every breach examined alone and never together. When challenged on every discipline, every time, this answer was the same. Officers are satisfied. Ecology, archaeology, hydrology, there's not an ology where the officers' applicants differ. Just a supposed difference of unprofessional judgment. Possibly wrong, but never in doubt. Their recommendation works only with tunnel vision that you consider everything alone. Alone, the lack of a roundabout. alone the loss of the wildlife site, alone the lack of the mixed use, alone the lack of the cycle path, alone none of these issues may be fatal, but add them up and you're miles away from where the policy requires. At paragraph 11.5, the report lists 6 breaches of the development plan. In the officer's own words, AL5, HE6, NE5, SS2 are not fulfilled by this application. Add to this BN7, BN9, MPPF, paragraphs 116 and 193, non-conformance to the SPD, and you've got all you need to refuse. So, Chairman, colleagues, you can stand for the policies of this council as adopted. You can stand with the 3,500 people showed up, wrote in, and trust in this process. Today, you must make a stand. Incompetence or misrepresenting the facts, neither is a good look, and neither deserve approval. And yesterday, solicitors wrote to you all, approve this on the officer's report and risk judicial review. There is but one conclusion: refuse this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, everybody. Councillor Bignell, please.
In 2020, and you were leader of the council here when AL5 or whatever went through.
Don't tell the people behind you.
Is what we got what you expected?
No. This application, quite frankly, is a distortion of everything we want in AL5. All of the sites, actually, they're all a Mickey take out of the policy, aided and abetted by officers that just won't see their role as leading them through the forest with a torch. They take this attitude that because we have an allocated site, something will be built. This is something, therefore we must approve it. Wrong, wrong, wrong. We were always looking for small and medium-sized business. As Sarah rightly said, we're talking about trying to prevent outcommute. This isn't going to prevent outcommute because the type of jobs that it will provide are not the type of jobs that we were trying to provide within AL5. And we also then have a complete distortion of logic in the way it gets interpreted, because I've had many discussions with the planning department on the interpretation of AL5, particularly around the roundabout. And we go along something along the lines of, and height, floor space. We go along the lines, well, you know, councillors, if only you had given us a few more tools in the bag to put ridge heights and floor space limits and things, we could do something about it, but you didn't give us enough details, there's nothing we can do. Which is a fair enough argument, except then when you come to the roundabout, arguably the only bit of detail there, say, oh, no, we can happily ignore that. So detail when you want it, ignore it when you don't. You can't just pick and choose this a la carte approach to our policy. It's up to you. Now, I suggest you refuse it. It doesn't, in my view, comply at all.
The other thing that I've worried about all the way through is this reservoir. I'm still unconvinced about reservoirs. Do you want to enlighten me a bit more on reservoirs? And you said about downstream problems.
I think you've picked up the same point from the EA letter. You know, they say, yes, technically this solution might work, but it's a bloody stupid thing to do. Because you engineer a downstream risk further down the track. We don't know who's going to own it. We don't know how it's going to run. Yeah, there's so many questions about it, and this large body of water sitting there as a potential flood risk to the northern part of Milton Keynes. And yeah, for everybody in West North Hants, it'll be Milton Keynes that'll feel the extent of this. It'll not be us.
So, what sort of size of the country park, you want to call that bit, this reservoir?
Well, I don't know.
Occupying? I mean, I don't know. I just want
I don't know either. That's and nobody seems to be able to know. You're being asked to approve something in which the detail is, oh, well, we'll worry about that later. No, you need to worry about it today.
I mean, I've heard about Olympic swimming pools, and the little round bit on that map looked a little bit smaller than a few Olympic swimming pools. That's all. I mean, we're talking half the country park, but how big is it going to be? I don't know. When flooded?
I don't know, but we know we show pretty pictures of attenuation ponds, and we show pretty pictures of a site which is already pretty as it stands. It doesn't need any intervention. By the way, that country park will have no vehicular access. It'll be pedestrian access only. I don't know how much it'll be, but a significant portion of that will be underflood if that fills up. It has to be. And the Environment Agency have always had this view about it has to run off at speeds no more than the fields. I suspect it would take a very long time to drain out, but again, that's not my area. I don't know.
And finally, in the event of this application being allowed today, do you think the conditions that are on it are adequate or need changes?
I don't think the conditions are adequate. There's a number of points which have been brought up in discussion where I think you should, if you're thinking that way, have further discussion. First one in particular, Mr. Emmett and his access, as you've rightly picked up yourself, Phil, on the Old Cosgrove Road. He currently has highway access down to his unit. We're now proposing to do it. I think we need to have a very strong condition that would say a Section 38 agreement has to be in place and that road has to be adopted from the 508 to the Old Cosgrove Road before the stopping up order takes effect in order to preserve Mr. Emmett's access to that site. And whoever asked him about the roof, he's sitting in the room and can probably tell you the height of his roof. So that's one. I think we also need to be very clear about keeping all the trees and vegetation around the site, because I'm particularly worried about the ones on the 508, because if that road has to be widened, are those trees going to last? I don't know. Levels as well. EA also talked about the levels that they wanted on site. The 3 of the 5 boxes are within the tolerance that they said. So when the model was done, I think they said that the profiling was plus or minus 600 mil. One of them sits on their 71 metre datum line. One of them, 2 of them, I think, are about 400 mil above. So if you take your plus or minus 600 mil, they could be slightly under. Now they've said nothing should ever go below that 71 metre above sea level datum line or whatever they put it at. So that might also need to be reworked and reconsidered. And I also think, you know, we'll have a lot of argy-bargy about transport, but 2 years after the all full occupation, we need to then do another transport survey, not to do something, but just to validate and inform you for further applications, that we can at least say whether or not these models are accurate or they're just, you know, invention in order to get an application.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions, committee? No. Thank you, councillor.
Thank you.
Can I ask Peter Frampton, please, agent? We also have in attendance Nick Moore from Link Engineering for flood risk and drainage questions, and Andy Hollyoak, aspect ecology and biodiversity questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Chairman. This application should not be determined on the basis of the number of objections. The issue is whether the objections have substance. And the responses from statutory consultees with specialist expertise provide an independent assessment of both the applicant's submissions and the submissions made by the third parties. We've heard reference to the local plan a few minutes ago, and that plan says in its forward, this is a plan that looks forward by embracing growth and guiding it to the right locations. And the supporting text for Furtho Pit states, and I quote, "Development in this area provides an opportunity for high visibility economic investment on a site of poor environmental quality at a sustainable location at a gateway to the district." I now respond to the main issues raised by previous speakers and in the representations. I recognise the sensationalism in the banner title, "Stop 3,000 Trucks." The inference grossly misrepresents the expert analysis by your consultees. The TA uses trip rates that have been agreed with 3 highway authorities, National Highways Midlands, National Highways East, and your own local authority, highway authority. And the realistic assessment is 655 HGVs in the 24-hour period, not 3,000. The T-junction, as suggested by the local highway authority, will operate satisfactorily for the scale of development. Hell Frishman has independently reviewed the submissions made on behalf of Old Stratford Parish Council, and I quote, they conclude that the matters raised relating to walking and cycling are matters of detail rather than being fundamental to the principle of development. The applicants agree to fund the widening of the footpath south of the A5 to form a shared cycle footpath. Presently, a land agreement has not been reached with the Parish Council. The Parish Council has a statutory duty to act reasonably in the public interest. If planning permission is granted, on what reasonable basis would the Parish Council then resist improvements to an existing footpath route at no cost to the Council, which enhances active travel by the local community to the employments and the country park? Even if cyclists had to walk with their bicycles between the site and Oxfield Park Drive, this would only add 1 minute to their journey. And Pell Frishman advised this council, and I quote, the objections raised on behalf of the Parish Council do not raise any fundamental technical deficiencies that would justify refusal on transport grounds. Drainage. Similarly, the specialist consultees do not object to development on grounds of flood risk. Insofar as the flood storage area may have a low residual risk, that risk is statutorily managed by the provisions of the Reservoirs Act. The flood storage area will be dry other than in extreme flood events, and the planning system is required to operate on the basis that other legislation is effective. Ecology. Unit 1, where the OMH is located, amounts to some 50% of the total floor space. An occupier has agreed terms for this unit. Its delivery provides the investment platform for the delivery of the site infrastructure and the construction of the other units as a single phase. The avoidance of loss of this OMH, and indeed the local wildlife site, is, in the words of your officers, not reasonably achievable. And I acknowledge the designation as a local wildlife site is a material consideration which has to be balanced with the fact that the site is allocated to meet development needs. The OMH is declining and will be replaced with dense scrub within a few years. Managed OMH is to be established in the country park 4 times greater in area than the area lost, and that's covered by condition 7. So the conclusions are this site is allocated for employment development in adopted development plan. Framework requires significant weight to be given to development supporting economic growth. The scheme will provide almost 1,000 jobs when fully occupied. 100 million of funding is in place to build the scheme within 15 months. No statutory consultee with technical expertise objects to the proposal. So in my submission, I acknowledge the planning balance that has to be undertaken. There are no sound and clear-cut objections overriding these benefits. The economic benefits are massive and should be embraced at a time when economic growth in this country is urgently needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee, please? Councillor Bignell.
Yes, back to the A508. You're allowing lorries to leave your site and go up the A508 contrary to other sites that have a more different view of yourselves. Why are you allowing that?
Well, I'm not allowing that. It is the analysis that's been undertaken by the applicant's highway consultants. As I've said, the modelling of that traffic impact, the trip rates, the modal shift and the directional split of traffic has all been agreed with 3 highway authorities. It's been reviewed by Pell Frishman as well. And those consultees tell this authority that the national planning policy test, which is that development should not be refused on transport grounds unless the residual cumulative impacts are severe. It's a high planning test, but that is the advice from the specialist consultees, including the government's consultees and advisors on transport matters as well. So they're saying to you that there is not that impact. And again, some of the previous speakers talk about delays. There is nothing in national policy that is to promote the convenience of car drivers commuting to work. If there is some delay, that is accepted by national planning policy, not my policy, national policy.
And your insistence on removing the roundabout from AL5, which was clearly embedded in that policy and supported by the SPD, you decided that the junction should be different. Why?
Right. First of all, policies in development plans are not written or to be read as statute. There was reference to a roundabout because that was the discussion at the examination. The suggestion for a priority T-junction actually came from this council's local highway authority, who considered that form of junction would be appropriate for the scale of development. There is no off-site highway infrastructure required, and actually providing this junction involves less works within the highway boundary, less tree felling to accommodate it. So if it's safe, then that's the safe and operate satisfactory. That's the planning test, not the strict wording of a planning policy.
But it is still embedded in AL5 as a policy.
If you want to identify a conflict with the wording of policy, so be it. The issue is, what weight do you give to that conflict? In my submission, very limited weight, because the highway authorities are satisfied that the junction operates satisfactorily and is safe.
Nothing to do with Unit 1 then?
Say it again?
Nothing to do with the size of Unit 1?
No. I mean, that does impact on that. And as I've said, Unit 1 is important because that's the only size of unit where we've got occupier interest, wants to take it. And in taking that unit, it opens up the whole of the site, enabling it to be developed in one single phase.
So I have a challenge on that. So commercial considerations, are they relevant? I look to our lawyer man here on that one, at the end of the day. Is that part of what we should be considering as a committee? We're considering what's in front of us, but commercial consideration takes it to a different level. I'm not sure that's relevant.
I mean, your advice is that you're looking at the applications in front of you. You have your technical advice about whether it complies with policy or not, and if it doesn't, is it okay? The commercial considerations of the applicant are not necessarily for you to take into account. What you need to take into account is, does this comply with policy? If it doesn't, are there other meticulous considerations that mean you would lean towards granting it?
So you're saying that the commercial relevance that's brought forward by the applicant on this particular unit is not for us to consider?
I would say that you look at the plans. I mean, I don't want to kind of skirt around that point, but that ultimately is a matter for the developer. You need to, the question you have is by reference to the local plan and other material considerations, is it acceptable?
Which I will, but
and I don't think that the applicant's finances in and of themselves, other than that they can create a viable development, are really a matter for the committee.
But the applicant's bringing great relevance to that unit, enabling the rest of it and whatever. So we'll be.
Well, the existence of the unit, what I would say is the existence of the unit itself is relevant, and can it be brought into fruition and produce the impacts and benefits? That is relevant.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. But so I'm saying the commercial side of it is irrelevant.
Well, let's say
we're looking what's in front of us between red lines.
Yeah.
And that's the end of it. There's a big building, whether it's sold, not sold, or what the hell it's going to do, doesn't mean we're looking at a big building, and that's the end of it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you're effectively looking, does that building produce the benefit? Like weighing up the impacts and negatives as we heard a multitude of.
Thank you, Ron.
Councillor Pipes.
These warehouses will be built in West Northamptonshire. We'll use a bit of common sense that the workforce will mainly come from Milton Keynes, and the congestion on the roads to get into the site. What benefit will this site have to the residents of West Northamptonshire?
The benefit is that it's allocated in the development plan to meet the employment needs of the district. It's in the emerging local plan, and the HENA, which we've heard about, also takes into account this site coming forward. So that's why it was in the development plan. That doesn't mean to say that all people need to be living within West Northampton's area. It's on the edge of, so it's obvious that there will be some people who will be employed beyond the area, but it's available for people who reside in West Northamptonshire as well. And it's in the development plan. You can't get round that.
So it's quite limited then, because the villages around this site are very small. Their populations are very small.
Yeah.
So my question was, how will West Northamptonshire residents benefit from this and not a lot from your answer. You're telling Milton Keynes will benefit from
They
it.
will benefit from the opportunity of employment being there. There will be sponsored bus services, which will be agreed through the Section 106, and the applicant is agreeable for that bus service to extend it up to Towcester. So those residents within West Northamptonshire will be able to access that by public transport. There will be residents in West Northamptonshire who will travel to this site by car. That's obvious, but it's needed for West Northampton's employment requirement.
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. It's obviously the case that this site was allocated for economic use. Looking at Unit 1 in particular, am I right in thinking that it's 36,000 square metres? Yeah. The site was recommended in the SPD for small to medium-sized units. A medium-sized unit is up to 8,000 square metres. So this is massively much bigger. Can you just justify that to
Yes,
people?
indeed. As you'd heard, there has been a market assessment which was required by the policy. It has been provided, and that market assessment justifies the scale of Unit 1. And in order to open up these sites for development, you need huge infrastructure. And so having a large single unit in the location alongside the A508 is right. And that's where the market interest is sufficiently strong that we've got an occupier lined up for it. Ordinarily, you will not find occupiers for employment units until at least planning permission is granted, and more likely when they see development commencing on site. So having this sort of catalyst of this larger unit, which is a strategic scale unit, I accept that, but it's in the gateway location to the district, so it's in a good location. It will provide, as I say, the platform for the entirety of the site to be developed out, single phase, 15 months.
But it doesn't comply with the terms of the SPD, does it?
The SPD is guidance. It's not part of the development plan. You can have regard to that, but the policy required the independent assessment. That's been provided. It's been subject to an independent review. And again, no objection from an independent assessor to those findings.
Yeah, but, I mean, this isn't just a factor of like 50% more, it's 400% bigger than what the guidance recommends. Now, we had earlier the discussion about the consideration of market interests, and that was clear. We had the very clear officer advice on that. I mean, there isn't any way that 8,000 square meters actually complies, or that 36,000 square meters complies with a requirement of up to 8,000. That, I mean, it's way out, isn't it? And the smaller ones are all bigger as well than those guidelines.
But a development plan is required to provide encouragement to the development industry to bring sites forward. As I say, the policy requires an independent assessment of the type of units. That assessment justifies a larger scale. An SPD cannot take away from a development plan policy. You can identify it as a conflict with the SPD, but the issue then becomes, what weight do you give that conflict? And in my submission, very limited weight to that provision.
Councillor Bignell.
Yes, you suggest the loss of the wildlife area is offset by your country park. But when I went there, the country park looked pretty green and nice anyway, so I fail to see how that can provide the necessary biodiversity gain from the loss of the area you're going to build a great big warehouse on.
The OMH habitats will be recreated within the country park. We can create that and we can manage that. The OMH, as it stands today, is not managed, and it's declining, and I think Blackstone say declining rapidly through succession. So it'll be gone. So we say Okay, there's a loss, which you have to put a weight to, but it's not a complete loss because there is the proposal for provision 4 times the area within the country park. And we say that has to be counterbalanced with that loss.
But we've heard earlier, you can't recreate an open mosaic thing. They are unique. They're like your fingerprints. They are unique in their structure and their setup. How are you going to recreate those?
Let me bring Mr. Hollyoak in, who is the
Well, that-
ecological expert, to answer you, Mr.
Good afternoon. Open mosaic habitat can be created. It's not an irreplaceable habitat like ancient woodland, which takes hundreds of years to establish and grow and have its ecological value. By its very nature, it establishes very quickly. It comprises of colonizing species, early successional species, so lichens, ruderal species, that you would find if you left previously developed land without any use. After a few years, these species would move in. So by its very nature, it can be created. There was a point earlier about the substrate in the country park not being suitable for that creation. And that is a good point, and one that needs to be factored into the creation of the open mosaic habitat, and one that we will give all due diligence and consideration to. What I would say is we are moving a lot of the soil from the current open mosaic habitat to the country park, and some of those, the depth of that soil in areas goes up to 20 meters deep. And if you think of the species in open mosaic habitat, I've mentioned they're early colonizers. They're all annual species. They're the sorts of weeds you pull up in your garden. They've got very shallow root systems. So they won't need deep soils to be able to succeed and to establish. So but there's a method to be able to recreate the open mosaic habitat.
But as I understood it, there was 5 specific species in this open mosaic things or around that area. How can you guarantee you've moved those from X to Y? It's like trying to move alpine plants into the desert, I would have thought. They just don't go, surely.
Are you referring to invertebrate species or plant species?
Either. I'm not an expert on that, but it seems to me I've heard a lot of argument, I haven't heard from our officer on it yet, about how unique and the way they are and the substrate, and they live there because that is what it is. And the thought you're just going to bulldoze that and move it into a park and plant it doesn't seem viable to me. But
so, as I said, a lot of the species are annual species that live in the open mosaic habitat. So their life cycle is based on one season's worth of growth. They'll establish, grow, set seed, and drop their seed. So we will propose to take a hay cut, take the seeds from the existing open mosaic habitat and use the same seed base to create the new open mosaic habitats. So we can translocate the soils, we can translocate the seeds, and the proposition that we've most recently made with the council is that we won't do this all at once. We would create part of the open mosaic habitat in the country park. We've suggested at the moment that that is left for a year, but it could be more, to encourage to see if we can get the invertebrates to utilise that open mosaic habitats.
But as I understood it, they grew on old development areas, and this was an old development area because it's Furtho Pit. The park's not Furtho Pit, so the stratum below it is not going to sustain what you're trying to move. It's not hand in hand to me. That's a green park. This is an old Furtho Pit. You can't take stuff and then stick it over and expect it to grow and flourish and say, hey, we've moved.
Well, as I say, we're moving the soils across the country park, so we will be creating a depth of suitable substrates in that location for those specialised habitats to establish.
And it was suggested earlier that no appeals have ever been granted when, what was it, a case that says this is a wildlife thing, you can't build here. None of those appeals have ever been won against that.
I can't speak to that.
Well, I can. I do know of another site where Bioscan were involved, which was identified as a local wildlife site. And if an appeal was subsequently granted on that site, it's a non-statutory designation. It's a material consideration. It isn't overriding all other planning issues. That's why the planning balance is always so important. Members, you have to balance the issues. You may not balance it in the same way as your professional officers. And if application goes against the applicants, then there may be a balancing exercise undertaken by another party at a later date.
Councillor Manners.
Thank you, Chair. Peter, there seems to be a slight inconsistency about your timescales of getting this development 15 months and your colleagues saying they're going to cut seeds and then leave it for a year. I can't quite see how your speed of development is going to occur.
Right. The 15 months with what I said was 15 months from commencing development to building all the units out in a single phase. What Andy has been talking about is there will be a phase in front of that of creating the open mosaic habitat on the country park, leaving that for a season to establish, and then we would come on and do the actual development.
This is a very significant time. It seems a huge amount of effort to build a warehouse.
All the easy sites have gone. Any site for development has a multiple of planning issues. This is an allocated site. This is why this applicant has come to this site to implement the development that the local plan has set up.
No, I accept all that. I mean, there's a huge site at the Seagrove development,
Well,
5 million square foot.
That is a planning act. That's an NSIP meeting a national need. It
Yeah.
doesn't go through the town and country.
I understand that.
That's a
I understand
different
that. And
issue.
I mean, as a point, this allocated site came prior to the Seagrove development being approved, and there's further employment land going there, which is very close to the motorway.
There is, because that's going to be for schemes of strategic, almost totally strategic scale warehouse development. We've got one unit that's large, and I've explained the reason. The others are small. They don't replace each other. And as I said, the HENA brings forward, and your emerging local plan brings forward this allocation.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. To your colleague, so this unique habitat that we're talking about, the mosaic habitat, how reliably can it be recreated? Can you guarantee 100% that it can be recreated? And my understanding is it would have to be managed for, what, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years?
Yeah, there's we can provide good assurance that it will be successful. Obviously, 100%, we can't provide that sort of guarantee, but there is a planning condition, condition 7, that says there has to be a suitable, suitably agreed strategy for creating the open mosaic habitat. So that will be subject to review with the council and consultees. So it won't just be the applicants putting forward a strategy and moving on and recreating the open mosaic habitats. It will be subject to dialogue with consultees and coming up with a strategy that has a, as good a chance of 100% success as there is reasonably possible.
But it wouldn't be 100% success. And you simply don't know that, do we? When you move a plant around your garden.
Can I just say the planning system doesn't operate on the basis of 100% guarantee success.
No, but this has substantial overriding weight in the planning system.
Condition 7 requires all these details to come before this authority. And this committee could say to officers, we want to see the details before the condition is discharged. But asking for 100% guarantee for success is, with respect, not the right test in a planning system.
Well, in the planning system, there is a substantial weight given to this NE5 policy, where you've got irreplaceable direct damage up to a habitat such as this. So I think we need to agree to disagree, because we're just going to go around in circles. We've been here.
This isn't an irreplaceable habitat. First
Well,
of all, within the definition.
we've established that you cannot guarantee 100%.
There's different language. It's not an irreplaceable habitat. It might be a habitat of high
Irreconcilable,
priority.
then there you go.
But we, through Mr. Hollyoak and through discussions with your officers, are confident that we can create this open mosaic habitat within the country park.
I respect your confidence. I have to say I don't agree with it, but there you go.
Please, can we have no calling out from members of the public? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to talk about conditions. Obviously, we've had a bit of a back and forth about.
I didn't ask for a condition.
No, I'm just saying. I just want to explain a test about conditions. So we've had a back and forth about whether this condition can work or not. Okay, and the relevant test is it must be absolutely necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, and there must be a reasonable prospect that the required action can actually be achieved or delivered within the lifetime of the planning permission. So when you're, aside from the issue of weight, which I said does override over what weight you give this consideration, if you then move on to the second bit, which can it work, the correct test is that condition necessary to make development acceptable? Is there a reasonable prospect the required action can actually be achieved? So if you move on to second bit, that's the bit, but I appreciate, you talk about the first bit, which is weight, more importantly.
Councillor Locke.
Thank you, Chairman. This is directed at the environmental agent again. Have you successfully transplanted any of these mosaic habitats before? And what sort of success rate do you have with doing that?
So in this case, it probably won't be translocating, it'll be a recreation. So we've got lots of experience of translocating grasslands and acid grasslands, and you will physically cut the habitats and relocate it. And we've done that on a number of sites and monitored those, and they've been greatly successful. On this occasion, we would look to use a specialist contractor who specialises in this process. And so that's something that we would look to as the next stage to do. So we wouldn't be trying to use any old knowledge. We'll be looking to a national expert to do this work.
And going back to you talked about the annual species that they come up, then they spread their seed and go back again. How do you plan on transplanting those, or not transplanting, moving or recreating those that aren't annual species, or like the animals, etc., that obviously won't know that their house has been moved down the road?
Sure. So if you're moving annual species, you can wait until the plants have grown. So faunal species. So, yes, sure. So once we've established open mosaic habitats in the country park and all parties are happy that that is there, there's a number of approaches you could take. One would be monitoring to see if invertebrate species are using those habitats. So that would be a process of completing more invertebrate surveys to see if they are present. And that is ultimately the best way of moving invertebrates. Invertebrates have huge populations, so it's not like relocating reptiles, where you physically pick up each reptile and move them. You'd be waiting for the population to move into new habitats. And based on the proximity of the habitats, we're not recreating open mosaic habitat a kilometre down the road or 5 kilometres down the road. It's immediately adjacent to the existing open mosaic habitat, and the invertebrates in question, largely bees, wasps of interest, readily flyable. So they're expected to find and utilise those new habitats.
Councillor Bignell.
Yeah, one final point, and I think it sums it all up. If you actually avoided the impact, you wouldn't have to compensate.
Thank you for that point, Councillor. Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. I wanted to get back to the size of the units, because you said just now that that apart from that very big unit, the other ones were small. And small is usually taken as being up to 2,000 square meters. But in the plan as it's been presented to us, the units are 2.4 thousand to 6.4 thousand square meters. So could you explain how those are regarded as small?
Well, in logistics development, there are some what they call XXL units up to 1 million square feet. So they're very large. Just let me finish, please. On here, as I've said, we've had the advice about the range of units that would be appropriate for a deliverable and marketable development. And they stretch from 2.6, as you say, up to the largest unit on Unit 1. And the applicant will have the confidence to carry out this investment with that range of units as advised by his commercial surveyor. He wouldn't have the confidence for the infrastructure required if it was solely very small units.
Okay, I'll come back on that. You said, and this was why I was picking you up on, that you said 100,000 square feet. And I gave the measurements in square meters, which is different. And I think it's useful to give comparators in the same way. Now, let me finish because I have got more. You might switch off your microphone. It's still on. We know that the marketability is not a factor for us to take into account in planning terms. We also know that this SPD actually wasn't. It was issued quite recently. It was 2022. Now, obviously, and people in West Northampton, particularly those of us from Northampton, understand about size of warehouse developments. We have seen it. We have seen the explosion in warehouse sizes, but this is fairly recent, and it's actually quite specific in the requirements of the size and therefore the type of development that we're talking about. So I ask again, how can one very large, it could be called mega, it's not as big as some, but it's still a very large warehouse, and a number that would probably fall more into the median range rather than the small range. How does that comply with the description of units that was set out in the original policy?
I said you may conclude as a committee there is some conflict with the provision in the SPD. An SPD cannot impose more onerous burdens on a development than are set out in a policy in an adopted plan. The adopted plan requires the independent market appraisal of what is the need for units, what the market is going to support on this site. And that is what this applicant has brought forward. But as I say, if you want to conclude that there is some conflict with the SPD, you then have to judge what weight you give that conflict. I'm afraid that's a committee judgment. My view is that this applicant has satisfied the policy in the development plan, and that is that has the statutory weight to it, and it is supported by national planning policy that should give significant weight to the delivery of development, providing it for economic growth. But we're not going to agree on weight, even if we agree that there is a conflict with the SPD. Thank you.
Councillor Purser, please.
Thank you. I want to come back to this issue of really follows on from that in terms of what evidence have you that there is the demand and the need for this development, given that people have said there are vacant units elsewhere in West Northamptonshire and also within Milton Keynes? That's my first. I've got a second question, but that probably.
Okay. The applicant has started this planning process nearly 3 years ago. The applicant remains confident. The applicant has got the retained £100 million of funding for this scheme if planning permission is granted. People say, well, I can see units being standing empty, they're not occupied. Modern logistics units take longer to fit out than they do to actually build. So although you might see all the doors are shut and things like that, no activity in the yard area, they could well be being fitted out. But so that sort of, there is a misconception that the market has sort of oversupplied the industry. That isn't the case. Logistics particularly, there is a continuing demand for volumetric efficiency in modern buildings which are well located. And that is why this applicant retains confidence and his funders retain confidence and his commercial surveyors retain confidence in this scheme if planning permission is granted.
Thank you. My second question is about, given that the B8 warehouse is significantly larger than in the allocation and the transport access, would you have a problem if your transport plan limited access on the A508 towards the roundabout rather than in a northerly direction?
I would, because as colleague said there, conditions should only be imposed on planning permissions where they're necessary to make the development acceptable. And the advice this authority is receiving from 3 highway authorities is that the design of the junction and the impact of traffic on the roundabout is acceptable and no off-site mitigation works are justified for that roundabout. That is the advice this authority has got.
Yes, I was more concerned on the impact on the villages to the north on the A508. That's my concern.
The traffic impact directional split has been part of the TA assessment, and the 3 authorities and Pell Frishman behind me are satisfied with that, not giving rise to serious impact in terms of traffic, and your own environmental health officer is satisfied that there's no adverse impact on amenity of residents either, or no serious significant impact.
And that's so given that this will be very large lorries, I presume sort of 40-foot lorries servicing the B8 warehouse.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, if I may. First and foremost, could you give us an indication of the number of actual loading bays that will exist on this site? And then I have a second question, more environmentally linked.
I haven't got the plans in front of me to count up loading bays, but the scheme has been designed by architects to meet modern requirements of logistics operators.
Could I ask the officer if you have that information?
Not to hand. Let's see if we can find anything.
But given the size of the warehousing, significant, I would imagine.
So if you've got questions for the officers, it needs to come through me first, but we can answer that afterwards. Councillor
Okay, I'll
Harris.
move on and ask a further question then. In the MPPF, this is a question really directed at you specifically. You've been talking about habitats. What's your habitat and biodiversity are not entirely exactly the same thing. So what is your view in terms of biodiversity impact in this instance of this development?
Is this in relation to the open mosaic habitats? I mean,
Well, it's more about the fact it's a designated wildlife site now, and we've already had the discussion this afternoon that that was not the case at the point when this site was allocated. But it is now fairly recently granted, but it is a designated wildlife site. So yes, in terms of the wildlife site itself, not just the mosaic elements.
sure. I mean, the designation of the that land opposite policy protection, but it hasn't changed the value in biodiversity terms. So our survey work has established that it is the invertebrate assemblage is of high county importance. Everyone's accepted that. So we know the biodiversity value of that land, whether we call it a local wildlife sites or not. And it's the intention of the development to provide 4 times the size of the mosaic habitat in the country park. And that'll be managed and monitored and make sure that it does deliver on biodiversity. And just in terms of biodiversity, if I can, there is a biodiversity net gain assessment as well, which looks at the whole site and the biodiversity value of the whole site as it currently is, pre-development and what it will be post-development. And that demonstrates a net gain of around 16% and biodiversity.
That's acknowledged, but I'm trying to understand the biodiversity impact of that particular wildlife site as now designated. That's what I'm specifically looking for an answer for.
Well, I mean, as I say, the value of that site hasn't changed. The policy weighting has changed for it. We have assigned it a value based on its invertebrate assemblage, and we acknowledge that the proposals will lose that habitat, and therefore we are seeking to compensate that in the country park, with a size of land that's 4 times greater in terms of open mosaic habitat.
The land might be greater, but I'm talking about this specific biodiversity loss. That's my question.
Well, it will be lost in that area, but recreated in the country park. So there will be no overall loss of that habitat in the local wildlife site. As I say, open mosaic habitat is an early successional habitat, so it is one that can be recreated in fairly quick amount of time. So the biodiversity value will be maintained within the wider sites.
Councillor Bignell.
Yes, for the ecological man. We heard about from Dominic earlier burrowing bees. Now, burrowing bees are fascinating things. They're a solitary animal, and they use a geo navigational system to work, but it only works for 300 meters. So this poor little bee comes out of this hole, and he doesn't go any further than 300 meters, so he's lost then. So you've now moved his hole and put it in a country park, probably 800 meters away. He isn't going to go anywhere else. He's going to stay on the wildlife site there and die. So that's not transferring anything, is it?
Well, the closest part of the country park, I believe, is closer than that to the mosaic habitats.
No, I didn't say the mosaic habitats. I'm talking.
Sorry.
I was talking about the burrowing bees. They're not necessarily in the mosaic areas. These are invertebrates that are actually on the site as a wildlife site. And lots of that part of that site are more than 300 meters away from your country park.
The burrowing bees are in the open mosaic habitat, so they are associated with that style of habitat. So they need, there's one sand pile in particular that's been used by solitary bees and wasps, and that's in the open mosaic habitats, which is
But from
fairly
that
close.
map of those 5 down the end across the country park, that seems like more than 300 meters to me. But
I mean, it's if I can take another example with faunal species. If you want to close, if you have badgers on the site and you want to close a main set, Natural England will allow you to do that, but only once you've demonstrated that badgers have found a new set that you've created, and there's risk in that process. It can take time for badgers to find an artificial main set that you create. We've done this quite a few times, and sometimes badgers will find that new artificial set within a couple of days. Sometimes it takes a number of weeks, sometimes longer. And so nature is unpredictable, but
but badgers roam for kilometers.
They,
Burrowing bees don't go more than 300 meters.
Yeah, I guess, sorry to interrupt you, the important difference, I guess, with badgers is that they're very faithful to their main sets. They're very social, and so they will only grudgingly move from a main set to another set. Invertebrates, as you say, are solitary and they've got very short life cycles. They will use habitats as and when they find it. So it might take some time. It might take some monitoring and habitat creation, but yeah, I'm working with consultees and the district council. We think that it can be successful.
Okay, so it won't happen. Right. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So just really moving on from Councillor Harris's comments reference biodiversity gain. Essentially, the gain could, I mean, are you looking at basically trading the highly distinctive habitat for another habitat? Because there is clear danger, surely, in that, in the whole process. Because this mosaic habitat is sort of the beginning, isn't it? And then it develops into other things or not, as the case may be. And clearly, this has sat there and done its thing for quite some time. My concern is that we talk about the biodiversity gain, but there is gain in one point, but there is loss of this particular habitat through that. And would that be a fair thing to say?
So I guess a couple of points. One is that it's it's a net gain assessment. So the assessment recognises loss in some parts of the site and gain in the other, and it calculates what is the net benefit for biodiversity. So the net gain assessment that we've completed does recognise loss in the west of the site and gain in the east of the site in the country park. So that's all taken into account. In terms of, are we losing valuable habitat but recreating lots of less valuable habitat? The metric, the biodiversity metric, has a trading measure built into the metric itself. It doesn't allow you to lose 1 hectare of open mosaic habitat and provide 8 hectares of very low value habitat and call it a net gain. It requires you to deliver habitat on a like-for-like basis, the more valuable it is. So with the open mosaic habitats, we're losing, I can't remember what it is, 1.25, 1.4, thank you, hectares of open mosaic habitat. We're creating around 6 hectares of open mosaic habitat in the country park. And to your point of, will that be lost in time? Or that will be managed through an active management regime to create a constant measure of disturbance within the site. So you're keeping open mosaic habitats at all times in the country park. If it wasn't for that management, it would ultimately in time be lost. So that's an important part of it. But yeah, the current design of the development will ensure open mosaic habitat is in perpetuity within the country park.
I don't necessarily agree with you, but then you're the expert. But certainly there's the potential of destruction of the mosaic habitat, and there's potential of you being successful in recreating it. But there's as we say, there's no guarantees there, and it's from what I understand from what you're saying, it's quite difficult to actually achieve it. So, but anyway, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions, committee? No? Okay, thank you, guys. This might come as a surprise to all. We have been going for more than 3 hours now, so we will take an opportunity to adjourn for a short break. I'd like members of the public to be aware that the committee remains in session during this period, and interactions with the committee members and planning officers during the break would not be appropriate. We will now adjourn and reconvene 4:20. Thank you. Okay, can we all take our seats now, please? Thank you. Right, so we've concluded public speaking, so we can ask the officers if there's any points which they would wish to come back on, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on Councillor Harris's query on the HGV loading bays, they total 96 altogether. 96 loading bays over the 9 units.
Sorry, in parking?
I haven't added parking up,
Okay.
sorry, because you asked about loading bays.
Okay, thanks.
I will come back to you on that point.
Okay, can we move the committee to debate this application, please? Would anyone like to start? Anyone? 10 points. Councillor Purser, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to end up repeating much of what the officer said because it is a balanced recommendation and therefore we have to weigh up the balances. And I think that's where it gets quite difficult because it seems to me on the one hand, we've got the economic need and that it's a planning policy determines that we should support things that add to the economy, and so that's quite a strong kind of, I give that quite a lot of marks really in terms of the economic, and it is on an allocated site, so that is so, and it brings jobs to the area. So we've got that on one side of the balance. And on the other side, we have this open mosaic ecology and whether it can be mitigated, which sounds as if it can be. We've got the visual impact on the area. That seems to me very significant to me, but we've lost appeals on that issue in the past. So I think we have to bear that in mind. We've got the flood risk issue, where it appears that there is mitigation that will deal with that. And I think we have to be, one assumes that if that action is taken, then that will remove that as a significant issue. And then I think we heard the issue of coalescence of communities. I don't sense that that actually is a very significant issue in this development. There is still green space between Cosgrove and Milton Keynes. So that's where I'm at. And so I think weighing those things up at the moment, I come down as having to say that we have to follow this as allocated in the plan, because that's the plan we're operating to. And I'm, as I tot up the scores on the doors, I think I'm in favour of following the officer's recommendation, unless I hear arguments very much to the contrary.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. You're about to hear to the contrary. So the policy NE5 states that development proposals will not be permissible where they result in significant harm to biodiversity. It states explicitly the development will not be permitted if it damages or fragments locally designated sites. We've heard today that there is now a designated site there. So the substantial, well, in my mind, and I think it is, that there is now substantial overriding weight to be applied to this particular policy. Can it be recreated? Maybe, maybe not. But, and then we hear about biodiversity gain, but that still doesn't override this distinctive habitat that has now been identified. So for me, and I'm sure that Councillor Harris will come up with other policy reasons, but just on that one point, I think it is, it carries sufficient weight for me to look that I would actually suggest we would go against officers' advice and refuse this application. But I would like to hear, and Councillor Harris isn't looking up, but I'm hoping that he's going to add to this. So that's from me for now, anyway.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I would reflect both of my colleagues' points, because I think we have heard that at the end of the day, there are harms, and that's set out in the officer's report, very clearly set out. And to repeat those, we've identified loss of most versatile land, harm to visual amenity, ecological impacts, and loss of the Furtho Pits local wildlife area. And that point about the wildlife area, I think, is significant, because as the late submissions identified, it is now officially designated as a wildlife area. And I understand that it is a material factor that we should and could take into account. And it's the balance between that and 900-ish jobs. We've heard it rounded up to 1,000, but for argument's sake, that's the balance that we're looking at. I'm always mindful when we're looking at these matters around the definition of sustainable development, and that specifically says that we should meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And it's set around 3 pillars. And this is the thing that often I think is frustrating in some of our dialogues. Economic factors are clearly important, and that's the noise, the messaging that we hear continually. But the 3 pillars also consist of environment and society. And they are 3 equal pillars. One should not be tilted more than the other. So for me, I still have some serious concerns about the environment issue and the societal impact. For me, from a policy point of view, I agree with my colleague. I think we've heard that NE5 is a factor within this. I think NPPF 193 paragraph A is also a factor. And at the moment, I have concerns about whether it satisfies AL5 section 5 paragraph G. That's without talking about issues and concerns about meeting the transport requirement of that policy. And again, I think this is dialogue we need to have with officers in terms of that being factored in or not being factored in. But at the moment, I'm still open-minded, but I have some serious concerns about the impact around environment society. Thank you.
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. I mean, I share similar concerns to colleagues. Obviously, it's allocated for employment. It was envisaged it would be mixed sites, mixed size units. It's a very particular scale of development, with one very large one and the other one actually substantial. And I'm also concerned about the sustainability in terms of some of the public transport, well, the transport provisions. So I'd be interested in hearing more about that, but I have concerns about this. Yeah, I have reservations at present as to whether I would be willing to vote for this.
Councillor Bignell.
Yes, my 2 major concerns is this is now a designated wildlife area, and I don't think we should build on that for many reasons we've heard, and I won't go into again. And secondly, having brought AL5 forward and NSPD afterwards, I still think it fundamentally goes against AL5. And bear in mind, we do have an emerging Reg 18, Reg 19, or whatever number we got to going, but it's how much weight do you carry on that against what was originally in AL5? And I think AL5 still counterbalances what's coming out of the emerging plan so far. So the fact there is no roundabout as designated there, and as Councillor Keeble has pointed out, the mix of units is not one ginormous one to support a few others. So those are my 2 areas of concern. Well, the transport as well, but we can go into detail later. But those are my 2 major concerns. And this moment I'm minded not to go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Without repeating what my colleagues have said, I have also concerns over the application. And my concerns, what I would add to, are the visual impact, particularly for those houses so close to on the Stratford Road. I mean, I do take Councillor Purser's point about we lost the DHL appeal, but at no stage on the DHL appeal were houses quite so close to those large warehouses, and those warehouses are significantly higher than what was recommended within the SPD. We are also into the whole issue of traffic surveys and the disparity between the applicants' surveys and the opposition. Unfortunately, our highways department or national highways are particularly inept, in my view, at actually making these surveys actually fit for purpose. But the main other area I would also highlight was moving. The plan did say 16 hectares very, very clearly. Now, whether it's 15 built up or whether it's 18, the fact is it's in my view that the designated space is more than 16 hectares. If we have a local plan which we want to keep to, we should keep to the basic tenets of that plan. And that was for a roundabout, that was for 16 hectares. And we're going against that. And I can't see on planning balance that there's a sound reason to allow developers to edge upwards and to change those exact parameters that were given at the outset. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What everyone else has said, I agree with. With the planning policy, you can argue that we have to go with the officer's recommendations, and likewise with everyone, all the public or everyone else has said about it. I've got a great big list here with everything that everyone said: road movements, the viewpoint, the visual impact of it. It's like a carbuncle on the countryside, if you ask me. Overdevelopment, the loss of wildlife, the open mosaic habitat. No cycle routes, and not just the cycle routes. Where they're coming from? Because I looked at the routes around Milton Keynes and everything. It's not going to be safe to cycle from Milton Keynes to that area, not unless you're actually going along the A5 itself, which I wouldn't recommend. And the flooding risk. I questioned that early on about the flood, about the country park. When that gets flooded out, it's no use. It's not a public amenity anymore. Then, well, is it going to be anyway? So. I'm likely to side against the officer's recommendations.
I see very little economic benefit to the residents, workforce of West Northamptonshire. It will be built on our land, and it will only be Milton Keynes residents that will actually benefit. There may be a few from the villages that will go there, but I don't see the point. And as it's not for this committee, but I would recommend that we put forward a suggestion that this is removed from the local plan and designated an area as a floodplain.
Yes, I mean, on the flooding side, I mean, by its own admission in the report, it speaks that, in a bad time of floods, there'll be a couple of feet of water in the car parks of some of these units. Well, if there's a couple of feet of water in the car parks, then should we be building in such an area that we know that the known outcome is it will flood? To me, with climate change, things are only getting worse. And if at the moment we admit there will be flooding, it can only get worse in the future. We shouldn't encourage. And as Councillor Pipes says down there, this would make a nice country park as a floodplain and not an industrial area. Thank you.
Please.
The feel I get from committee is it's tilting towards a refusal, and I'd like to propose that we refuse this application. And my policy reason, and I think Councillor Harrison may build upon this, but the substantial overriding one being the conflict with NE5.
Just listening to the range of issues and understanding the position on a refusal, my advice would be around. I think there's there seems to be a broad consensus here around the local wildlife site being a stop on building one, because that's where the open mosaic habitat is. So I think that in itself, if you're going to argue that that local wildlife site now effectively means that the mitigation wouldn't work because it's the mosaic habitat as recognised by the local wildlife site, you're almost by inference saying you wouldn't have a building on that site. So that height issue that you were concerned about, the visual impact, you're almost kind of doubling up on that. And then I think Councillor Manners was making a point about a local visual impact rather than a wider visual impact, weren't you? Because the experience we've had on the other appeals on the other AL sites where we've tried to argue that there's a wider visual impact, that's where we've struggled. And I think that's where our landscape consultant was coming from when he didn't object to this development. So I think you can specify a more local visual impact on those houses and almost like an amenity issue, isn't it? So I think that's a reasonable argument. I think on the roundabout issue, I think you're going to struggle there because an inspector's not going to want to know, okay, there's not a roundabout. What does that mean? Is the junction provided safe? And does it deal with the traffic impact and that severe residual impact that the applicant's representative mentioned and our own colleague over here mentioned? You would need to demonstrate with evidence that the junction proposal put forward doesn't work on the highway network. Just saying that it should be a roundabout because the policy says so is probably going to be difficult to articulate in an appeal. And we know where we've been with those before. You'll need experts to demonstrate, understand what the policy says, but you would need a critique of the junction that's been put forward. And with the fact that the TA has been through rigorous testing with our colleagues and the National Highways, I think as well, hasn't it? Then you may struggle with that because your consultees aren't going to support you on that. On flood risk as well, I think you're really vulnerable there because the Environment Agency, whilst they say it's not a sustainable development and they've raised concerns, they've withdrawn their objection to this. Our colleagues in the Local Flood Authority aren't objecting either. So flood risk, I would steer away from. But I think with the local visual impact, the local wildlife site, and you're not convinced of the strategy to mitigate the loss of the open mosaic habitat, which is implicit in that. I think you've got the broad basis of probably two refusal reasons, and what you're going to have to argue in the appeal is that tipped the balance against what you were being recommended in the officer report, and you felt that the economic benefits weren't outweighed by those harms. I think that's a narrative that you'd be able to reasonably sustain an appeal in my judgment.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Simon. What about the size, the 16 to the 18 hectares? I mean, the reason, I know you're on planning judgment, you thought it was I think the word broadly similar was in the report. But for me, it's fundamental. I mean, if we have 16 hectares in the plan, why isn't it 16 hectares of built space?
I think if you go back to the argument that you were looking at, that I was advising on, which is the local wildlife site would prevent, if the argument that you're going to put forward, isn't it, that you don't want any development on that local wildlife site, on that site, on the open mosaic habitat. By the inference, then you're saying that the development's too big and affects the local area. So if you're just saying the hectareage is too big, you're going to need something to articulate what's the consequence of that, what is the harm associated with that. And I think your best argument is your ecology argument and your local wildlife site. And because other things flow from that, don't they? Once you decide we're not comfortable with development in that area, you're almost effectively, by inference, shrinking the developable area anyway. So I think that's probably the best way to go.
Understand.
With respect, I still come back to AL5, and I don't think we've explored that enough. AL5 determined the distribution of units in terms of size and modularity and such like. And also the roundabout. I know you diss the roundabout, but the roundabout encourages smaller vehicles as opposed to larger vehicles. So we've had some smaller units there and smaller vehicles, and the roundabout all comes together. That's part of the policy and the way that AL5 is put together. We expected smaller units there, a roundabout, and smaller units of vehicles using it.
Just come back. I mean, you remember we know we've all been here before. You've we've been in these situations many a time. You're judging the merits of the application. What you can't do in an appeal is say, we would rather have had smaller units and we would rather have had a roundabout. You've got to say what's harmful about the development that's in front of you. So I think you might struggle to sort of say, well, we would have liked this instead.
But
That's where you can struggle.
AL5 says
AL5 says that, but what
a
you've got.
mix.
In a
This
section
isn't a mix.
78 appeal, and I may ask Jazz to chip in, it's on the onus is on the council to demonstrate what is the harm caused by the development, which is why Rob Burton set out his report in his really excellent presentation in the way that he did. He was giving you the benefits and the harms, and I think what you need to do is string together the harms that are most concerned to you, and that's your basis.
Sorry, just kind of going back to policy AL5, and it's this actual part in the policy as well that talks about this market evidence in terms of the mix as well. And I think that's where the difficulty would arise, because the applicants have carried out that market evidence and appreciate the mix is a bone of contention, but they have got, they have got a mix of B2, B8, although they haven't got B1. Is it 4 and 5? So I can't remember which way round it is.
Have we independently assessed that need?
It's been it's been carried out by Savills, who are a recognised independent assessor.
But we heard
for market evidence.
We heard from one of the speakers earlier on, in Milton Keynes, there is, whatever it is, 3 million square whatever thing, and in Northampton there's 2 million. I mean, there's plenty of other stuff around, and it just seems to me that.
But then we have the HENA December 2025 that's you know a thorough report that's evidence for our own local plan that demonstrates that, notwithstanding even including these allocated sites, there's still a demonstrable need for these employment sites.
But we haven't demonstrated that it's close enough to the infrastructure in terms of the dual carriageway and the major networks. SEMLET policy says, well, not policy, but SEMLET says it should be within 5 kilometres of the M1, for instance. We've considered none of that. The highways just said, oh, let's let go of the 508, it doesn't matter. I just think there's more detail in there that we're missing, to be honest. And also, on the flooding aspect, I mean, we've got 2 of our flooding officers, and I haven't actually heard from either of them this afternoon, which I find very disappointing, that they haven't come in and expressed any opinion on the flooding aspects of this application.
If I just come in on the Lead Local Flood Authority are here, but a lot of the concerns that have been raised have been with regard to fluvial matters, which comes under the remit of the Environment Agency, who unfortunately aren't in attendance. Just in case you had any issues regarding surface water drainage, they are 2 separate issues that they cover independently.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Chair, through you. Yeah, just to kind of pick up on the highways issues, I think the reality is we would really struggle at appeal to make those cases out, that the application should be refused on those grounds because of the work that was done with National Highways and our Highways Authority. For us to actually articulate a reason in those terms, we would need right in front of us right now something that an evidence-based document that says everything, you know, that we're saying in relation to impact on traffic, and the test that we would have to justify a refusal in highways grounds is in the NPPF, and its development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. So I don't think we have the evidence in highways terms to meet that test. Appreciate what you're saying. There are other reasons, though. There are, as we said, there is a balance here, and you know, hearing members that the balance, in your opinion, is for a refusal, which is fair enough. You're entitled to weigh things up, and I think there are some arguments that I think will hold up to scrutiny in that respect. So I think that's fair enough, but I just don't want us to put more reasons on there that aren't necessarily going to help us if we end up in an appeal scenario.
Yeah, to come back on that, we now understand that B1 will have 96 docking bays on. That's an awful lot of lorries. And they're not going to be parked there because lorries being parked don't earn money for a company. So there's going to be a continual turnaround off 96 bays. And you said that's not having a major impact on the local road structure. I find that very hard to believe. Plus, the rest of the 7 units, apart from B1, I mean, that just defies belief.
I appreciate that, Councillor. I'm just saying that the statements that we have that in relation to highways that have come from the work that has been undertaken by the applicant with our highways department and National Highways is not saying that that creates a problem, doesn't reach that cumulative severe impacts point. It's not my judgment. I'm just saying it would be difficult based on the evidence we have. It would be very, very difficult to justify that in an appeal. That's all.
Can I just follow up on that? I mean, the evidence I'm looking at right now is there's red roads leading up to the roundabout. Now, that's before this place is built. So, you know, it's here. Red. I've been following all afternoon and, you know, it's...
I understand the point, but ultimately, you have to remember when you get into an appeal scenario, all the evidence is submitted in a very objective manner, a very dry manner, and things are looked at in a very technical way, in which the question will be asked, well, your highways team said this was okay, National Highways said this was okay. And in the face of that, I think that reason really would be difficult for us to justify. It's not my judgment.
Yeah,
I'm just literally giving this is how it will be presented. These are the questions that will be asked.
Can I
think they would be
suggest that
difficult to
highways
answer.
ditch whatever software you got and just look at Google Maps?
To be fair, we've been talking for nearly 4 hours and we haven't just come up with 2 reasons that we think this is not right. It worries me that what we're going to defend on isn't going to be enough to ensure that we win this. I think the ecological bit is really sound. I mean, listening to Dominic, whoever it was, he says, you know, he'd never lost an appeal where that's been part of it. And that, well, may be significant, but I just feel we're selling ourselves short after 4 hours of development and we haven't come up with enough
I think
to come up with.
counterintuitively, if you have strong arguments with evidence, and your strongest argument is the ecology, the open mosaic habitat, the wildlife, the local wildlife designation. If you go into appeal with a very strong argument, counterintuitively, you're actually more likely to succeed at the appeal. If you go in with lots of other arguments that you can't sustain with enough evidence, then you're actually undermining your own credibility as a decision maker. So honestly, that's how appeals work. And Jazz and I have got lots of experience of public inquiries, and that's how it works. The evidence will be presented very dryly. The inspector's going to go straight to that paragraph in the NPPF. He's not going to look at Google Maps. He's going to look at the transport assessments that are part of the documents that support the application, and he's going to go very much evidence-led. You need an evidence-led reason for refusal. And I think listening to the discussion and some of the issues, it is a balanced argument. It's not like it was completely cut and dry. It was all in favour of granting planning permission. I would suggest you go down the line of the local wildlife site, the open mosaic habitat, the local visual impacts on the houses, and then by inference, the size of the development. You can capture that by the fact that you're effectively ruling out development where the open mosaic habitat is. So you're almost by inference saying the development's too big because it affects this sensitive landscape and ecological value. So I think all of those wrapped up together with the relevant policies, I think is a good enough argument. And also you need to bear in mind, if the committee were minded to refuse planning permission and there is an appeal, all these third parties would have the right to bring their experts to the table as well, and they can present evidence to the inspector as well. It's not just this council that would participate in that appeal, it'd be local residents as well.
Yeah, at the end of the day, 3,453 people have objected. Some are NIMBYs, some are misguided, but not all of them.
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to the sustainability of it in terms of public transport, and I wonder, different, public transport arrangements taking into account bus transport, obviously cycles that people have talked about, and also pedestrian access. And given that also comes back to the size of the units, actually, because that will impact on the type of transport which is as often associated with that. And I wonder if the arguments around the public transport in particular, I mean, the one that I'd be particularly concerned about would be the bus usage, would be relevant, bearing in mind the transport routes, where they lead to. I don't think it's enough for a developer simply to provide bus stops without being able to, and I see that there's issues about making a contribution to a bus service. But I think that to make it sustainable in public transport terms, it needs to go further in terms of ensuring that there are sustainable transport routes for the type of employment unit it is.
Thank you, councillor. So in terms of public transport provision, the applicants have engaged with local bus operators. It did include exploring possible routes to Towcester, and the recommendations resulted in actually the indication was that the bus service from Old Stratford and kind of going into Milton Keynes would be the more, because bus operators have to think about commercial viability as well, and the reality of sustaining a service. So there have been discussions with bus operators who would be prepared to extend the service, existing service that goes into Old Stratford, into the site. There are bus stops in Old Stratford. They are in excess of the walking distance. I think they're about 800 metres to the southern boundary of the site. So they are some distance from the site. But the bus that operates to Towcester does stop along that road at Old Stratford, where there's also buses that would go into Milton Keynes, and that's where they're looking at extending the service into the site as well. So it's what, and we have indicated in that the applicants are prepared to provide a financial contribution and secure the delivery of that extended service with bus operators. So it's considering what more they could reasonably do in that respect. Also in terms of footpath and cycleway connections, they are, I appreciate that there's issues and kind of the route through the parish council land has to be addressed, but there's a gramping condition to ensure that that is secured prior to any commencement of development. But in terms of compliance with the AL5 policy, which requires kind of a route over the A5 bridge to provide footpath cycleway connections, they are offering to provide that as well and connect to what limited cycle routes granted there are within the vicinity of the site.
Can we just come back to that, because there's a few things. I mean, one is about the frequency of the bus bus services. One is that size of a warehouse, that size of a unit is often linked with extended shift patterns, in which case the bus service would need to cater for that. And further, simply to have, if you have a bus service that goes from the local village into Milton Keynes, that means that for most people it will mean at least one change, at least one onward connection from there, which is very onerous for people, and it would suggest that this type of location for that type of employment unit isn't sustainable in the longer term, and I would ask for more information about that, and whether that can be put up as a reason for not agreeing this application, since I mean, the issue about sustainable transport is a very big one for us, particularly when you're looking at these types of rural locations, which are very hard to reach, and where you don't want to encourage extensive use just of private cars.
Thinking this through, so my advice, and as Jazza said, I think the substantive reason for refusal, I think there's an argument. At the moment, there is no Section 106 agreement. So all the things that we're talking about that are required through the Section 106 agreement are not in place. So you could add in a reason for refusal that as things currently stand, there is no Section 106 agreement. So you'd add that in. So at the time you're making this decision, there's no Section 106. And within that, you could probably raise some skepticism about the bus service. But I wouldn't go much further than that, because you're going to need to start having someone from the Highway Authority. If you're arguing that this isn't going to have the right public transport links and cycle links, that's going to be another difficult one to argue. But just think things through a minute. The inspector, when they're looking at this, is going to have to think things, all the things like the parish council. If the inspector's minded to allow it bill, they're going to have to figure this stuff out as well. So there are these difficulties in implementation. And I think if you just articulate that as of this moment, there is no Section 106 agreement that's completed that's in front of us. And that in of itself means the development's not sustainable because you don't have all the mechanisms in there. So I think that basic point is probably the worth making as well. I don't know whether Jazz would like to comment on that, because I know that's a legal issue as well.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Yeah, so I think that point, Councillor Keeble, is a valid point in a broad sense, but I think it is better articulated how Simon's pointed out, because the report says to provide a financial contribution towards the provision of additional bus resource, but there isn't actually a figure. So I think for us to say, well, we don't have that figure in front of us right now, we don't have a Section 106 agreement that secures that figure, because we haven't gone through that whole process of speaking to the Transport Authority about what bus services should or shouldn't run through that area, is a valid argument that we can sustain at appeal. I think raising the point in the broader sense that I don't think this site can be sustainable is slightly different, because raising that point and then articulating it in the Section 106 agreement will also sweep up this issue that lies underneath things whereby the cycle routes to the development themselves will obviously have to involve the discussion between the applicant and the parish council, which may never come to fruition. It depends on how that conversation goes, but I don't want to, prejudice that conversation. But as it stands right now, for those cycle routes to exist, it would seem that the parish council have to agree or be in agreement they should exist. That's not an argument that's going to happen in the planning context, but it is an argument that will happen. The best way to capture that is in the no Section 106 point, because those kinds of issues would get ironed out in that forum. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, in support of Councillor Keeble, the bus routes go into Milton Keynes and Stratford, but if you go anywhere wider than that, none of the villages around there are interconnected. And as the agent by himself on a mission says, there's no end on people driving to work. So it really isn't sustainable, and I would support Councillor Keeble on this non-sustainability of transport to the site.
Probably goes against our...
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I believe we have a proposal on the table to refuse. I just want to add a few comments. I'd be happy to second that. I go back to the points I made earlier. Sustainable development requires those three pillars. Economic argument we've heard is one of the pros potentially for this site, but there are some harms that I've identified which fit for me around the environment and society issues. So my view is I agree with officers. I think we should build on those harms that have already been identified in the officers' report. They're very clear. From a policy point of view, we've already heard NE5, BN2, I think would apply in this instance. NPPF NPPF 193 paragraph A is very clear about harm in regards to biodiversity, and it talks about whether it can be adequately mitigated or compensated for. I think we're saying in this instance we don't believe it can be. I think there is a relevance to AL5, but specifically one element of AL5, which is section 5 paragraph G, which talks about the wildlife area. This is a wildlife area now. It wasn't designated or identified at the time that policy was written. It is now. That's a matter of fact. we are in this country facing extreme biodiversity loss. That's a fact also. So from my point of view, I think there are sufficient reasons there. And I would personally suggest that we focus on those issues because I think they are the biggest issues to deal with. Thank you.
Councillor Furman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to add very little now because it's nearly all been said by Councillor Harris, funny enough. So yes, I fully agree that I'm not in favour of this because of para 193, but having actually gone on the site visit and seen it, I think maybe we should add on para, is it 189 and 192, because of the visual character and the actual beauty of the landscape there. I don't think it's fair. But going back to AL5, I accept the explanation, but I do think it's unfair to expect the committee to approve something on that's going to be dealt with in conditions. I think that's a bit unfair, but that's me personally. That's not a slant, by the way. And thank you.
Okay, committee, so we have had a proposal from Councillor Smith. We have had it seconded by Councillor Harris. I would personally recommend that we adjourn the meeting so we can have a draft proposal written up in conjunction with committee and the officers. I would recommend we do that in the committee room if committee room is pliable to that recommendation. Yes? Okay, so we will adjourn. We'll have that conversation downstairs and we'll come back with a draft refusal reason. Okay? Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with us. I'll ask Nikki to read out the draft statement, please.
So through you, Chair, in terms of refusal reasons, so the first in relation to ecology. So the proposed development would result in the loss of an area of open mosaic habitat on previously developed land, a habitat of principal importance and associated priority species, and the loss of the designated Furtho Pit local wildlife site, a site of local significance. The proposed mitigation measures are not considered to outweigh the identified significant harm, and as such, the proposal is considered contrary to policies S10 and BN2 of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy, policies AL5G, NE5, NE6 and BN2 of the South Northamptonshire Local Plan, and paragraph 193A of the MPPF.
Councillor Smith, are you happy with this as proposal?
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay, but as we have a proposal on the table, it has been seconded. We will move on to the vote.
Two other reasons, Chair.
Did you want me?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Please, Nikki, yes. Can you read out all of the reasons so it's clear for everybody?
Okay. So then there's the concern over landscape and visual impact, in particular on the properties on Stratford Road. I will clarify the name of that road. So notwithstanding the site's allocation for employment development under policy AL5 of the South Northamptonshire Part 2 local plan, the proposal by virtue of the siting scale and height of units 5 to 8 will result in unacceptable significant adverse impacts to the visual amenity of the residential properties to the north of the site on Stratford Road. Contrary, the proposal is therefore contrary to policy S10I of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy and policies SS2B of the South Northamptonshire Part 2 local plan and the National Planning Policy Framework, and we'll clarify the relevant paragraphs. And also in respect of the lack of Section 106, so due to the absence of a Section 106 planning obligation, the proposal fails to secure sufficient provision for mitigation to offset the impacts of the development or deliver the commitments in the proposal. Obligations are required in relation to sustainable transport provision, travel plan, implementation and monitoring fee, employment training and skills provisions, landscape maintenance, biodiversity net gain, and the Council's Section 106 monitoring costs. The proposal is therefore contrary to policies INF1 and INF2 of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy and policies INF1 and NE5 of the South Northamptonshire Part 2 local plan.
Okay, we'll try that again. Councillor Smith, are you happy with?
We're even happier now, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, we'll move straight on to the votes. Councillor Smith has proposed to refuse this application due to what has just been read out by Nikki Scaife. All those for? Councillor Harris, yeah. All those for? Against? Okay, there's one abstention. So Councillor Smith's proposal to refuse this application has carried. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, okay.
Item 5, urgent business. There are no items of urgent business, so I will now close the meeting at 17:31.